Welcome to Mind Shock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Missing in Panama series, The Disappearance of KRIS KREMERS and LISANNE Frooon. This is episode 2, where we will continue to deep dive into this perplexing case, one of the most mysterious missing persons cases ever, no doubt. And at the same time, also one of the cases with so much information available, yet yielding no definitive answers. Not unlike the Moore Murray case. Not unlike some of these other cases, but it seems where most cases that are not definitively solved. Now, here, it's actually kind of curious, because what is the official ruling here? Because obviously, the government of Panama was pushing lost in the wilderness accidental death. They were pushing hard. They might be pushing so hard they actually have employees on online forums like Reddit, like the Sham subreddit, the so-called, it's not official, but I guess the biggest subreddit on the case, which I actually got banned from for simply pointing out that screams would have been heard if they were lost for so many days, which I'll get into. I will get into the exact decibel levels we're talking about here, but KREMERS Frooon is the biggest subreddit. It's obviously a sham subreddit, only pushing the lost narrative and shutting down all logical conversation regarding the case. And there's a certain few types of cases like this with strange online activity. Because I'm not sure it would just be random people, friends and family of Guide F, for example. I don't think they'd be wasting their time. I mean, maybe they would be, but I don't know if they'd just be wasting this amount of time. Like some of these goofs and trolls on this subreddit, I mean, they're on there 24/7 trying to shut down logic and reason. I mean, these goofs are just incapable of critical thinking. Just absolutely incapable of applying any logic or reason of any kind, with extreme basic English deficiency as well. So it's kind of difficult to believe that it's people connected to Guide F. I mean, they're busy, right? I mean, they're working, etc., etc. I mean, but obviously governments have employed so-called trolls and social media steerers. I mean, there's actually, what was it, a couple $100 million went into making fake terrorist videos and posting online. Was that the U.S. government that funded that? I forgot the name of that operation. I talked about it on another podcast. But clearly, some of these governments are allocating a certain budget level. Now, I don't think it would be, I don't think the government of Panama would allocate hundreds of millions of dollars to this, but maybe 1 or 2 million, I mean, depending on how much they thought it could hurt the tourist industry. So some of these troll goofs, I mean, they're just shutting down all logical discussion. So I actually made a subreddit, Missing in Panama, for anybody who does want to discuss the case logically without any kind of censoring and shutting down logic and reason. So, we have a lot to explore here. This is going to be a really long episode. I mean, there's just so much to go over, and the pace is going to be a little bit slower here because I do want to get input from the chat. We have an individual here, Clark, who is actually stationed in the area and is very familiar with the terrain. Extremely familiar with the terrain in that exact area in and around Boquete. So, he's been helping us out with just getting more inside info on what it's like, and obviously he, like anybody who's thinking logically and rationally, these two these girls were not incredibly experienced hikers. I mean, they'd been backpacking and doing some basic hiking for a few weeks across these countries, Costa Rica, Panama. But nobody's arguing that they're the best hikers ever. And even if they were, according to Clark, I mean, these experienced military personnel, they still can't traverse that many miles of jungle in the amount of time required to outpace the searchers. Not just that, but I mean, we'll be getting into a lot of stuff. But yeah, so the pace will be slower here. There's a ton to go over, and I will be taking questions and discussing with the chat live here. So again, the pace will be slower, but this is Guide F here, who, again, I would not necessarily be leaning. My main point against Guide F being responsible, he would have to be quite dumb, right? Because if he's openly grabby and handsy with single, solo, female travelers before, during, and after this disappearance, I mean, he'd have to be quite dumb. However, that doesn't mean that he doesn't have knowledge or is covering up for a family member, maybe. Who knows? But anyway, as always, if you find the Mind Shock podcast interesting and informative, want to help support the podcast, keep up awareness in all these cases so that victims get justice or at least closure, because if it was accidental death, I mean, closure for their family and friends would be nice. And, I mean, there are some theories that the families did have closure. They hired private investigators who have given them information that has never been released to the public. We'll be getting into whatever leaked from that as well. But, yeah, it's always so strange where a lot of these mentally weak goofs, who they're just so mentally weak they can't consider that this could have been foul play because they're too mentally weak to believe it. It's easier to believe they got lost and got hurt. You know, in this magical fairy tale world, it's easier for them to cope with that kind of world. So they get all instantly triggered anytime foul play is even suggested, let alone logically examined. And it's kind of understandable. For mental midgets, it's understandable why they would be that way. But if you're really about the pursuit of truth and justice and closure, I mean, if it was foul play, I mean, what's the harm in verifying that? Because or if it wasn't foul play, if they genuinely got lost and it was an accident, I mean, what's the harm in verifying that? Because if it wasn't and it was foul play, like, why do all these brain dead goofs want these perpetrators to get away with it and harm other people? Like, that's pretty evil. And the other thing they go on about, which is also quite brain dead, they say, oh, well, podcasters are making money off of these tragedies. Well, first of all, this true crime podcast, as well as many others, we discuss a lot of things the same way we did before there was any kind of monetization. So for years, Mindshock was never even monetized, and YouTube puts ads on it at their own discretion as well. They play a lot of weird games where most of the content on Mindshock is actually demonetized, but it still shows ads and YouTube takes the profit. So the creators are not always in control of all of that. But even if they were, like a lot of these brain-dead goofs chastising those discussing tragedies, they don't even care that they're pushing for justice and closure in these cases by keeping up awareness, which is how cases get solved and closed legitimately. They completely ignore all the mainstream news, which they take as gospel, because obviously we're talking about authority-worshipping cultist, brain-dead goof bootlickers here. All of the news is they're making tons of money on actually exploiting tragedies 24/7 on their news cycles. Like cases that were already closed, they're just airing all this information and showing all these terrible videos of people being harmed and, this rage bait and all of this stuff. And these goofs are silent. They're going after the YouTubers that make, 0.000000001% or even less than that of the money that these mainstream news stations that they watch and, and actually fund by watching through ratings. I mean, it's just the level of brain dead of some of these goofs going after you. Now, there are certain YouTubers, especially the ones that are just re-airing content on closed cases where victims already got justice or they were legitimately closed, and they're doing it in a very, like that one show, what was it, Murders, Martinis and Murders or whatever, where they kind of make entertainment out of murder. I mean, that's definitely questionable in taste. I mean, they obviously, people have a right to go after those that are making it entertainment, those that are not actually pursuing truth, justice and closure. But I would say I mean, again, I don't watch a ton of, believe it or not, I actually don't watch a ton of true crime podcasts just because most of them are so illogical, even if they are well-meaning, and promoting awareness to get cases solved. But this is the level of brain dead that we have to deal with people discussing true crime online. Clark asks, is there agenda for tonight? Is it free-flowing question posing? There is an agenda. I have a lot of info to go over, and I'll be going back and forth with the chat while we go over the info. So once again, if you want to help support the channel, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help us get more content out there, not just in true crime, but pushing forward logic and reason. Because in this world, it is quickly going extinct, obviously. There would be no Mindshock if not for that, for logic and reason going extinct. And so many cases are unsolved because of that. If everybody developed logic and reason more, there would, I mean, most cases would get solved, especially when there's this much information and this much evidence. There's really no excuse for a lot of these cases not being solved. There's no excuse. You can also help support the Mindshock channel by becoming a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest on the channel depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Or if you are here with us live, feel free to participate in the live chat. Okay. So hopefully everybody's watched episode 1, because we went over the basic breakdown of the case. Now for episode 2, I was originally going to go into the metadata of the photos, but I think I want to save that for episode 3 because there's so many more things that I think are more important. Just let me put it this way. Many an expert and computer engineer have stated they do not believe that the photos are 100% authentic. And by that, what they mean is that the camera was messed with. There was some editing. Now, that doesn't mean they weren't there, they weren't in those locations, but it does mean the timestamps are suspect. And I don't know how much disagreement on that there has been. I mean, from what I've seen, it was just given to some of these computer engineers and photo experts in metadata. And I don't know if there are experts claiming it's all legitimate. So I don't think that many experts has been polled. There's only been a few, and they have said that it's not legitimate. The data has been messed with, is what they said. Now that could mean a lot of things. Again, that doesn't mean it was photoshopped or any of these things. It means it's a question mark. That's what that means. And obviously we know that because of the deleted photo, if it was deleted. There is a theory that if the camera was dropped in a particular moment, that could have deleted the media at that moment. So, it's not a guarantee it was an intentional deletion, but that's what most people think. I'm not sure if it's 100%, there's 100% way to know, or if the camera was malfunctioning. Also, again, YouTube might be a little bit laggy here, but we'll do our best. So anyway, I'm not going to go through the metadata on this episode. But just a teaser for the next episode, I'll go over it in either the next episode or the episode after, because I do want to actually go over the exact metadata of the photos, because I think it does matter. Because if it points to manipulation, the entire timeline is called into question. So one of the theories is they went on a super short hike. They came back to their room. Once again, if we look at these photos of their room, it doesn't look like they really packed for a real trip here. Did they pack better, and then when they came back, they weren't going to go out again? Because supposedly one of them didn't even take her backpack. I mean, there's either a phone. I mean, it looks like there might be a phone or an iPod on the bed as well. I mean, either way, it's if they left, came back, and then left again. What does that mean? Pinto Sack asks, why go through and Photoshop it though? Easier to just throw it in the garbage. I'm glad you brought that up. Here's what I think. I think there might have been two groups of people. One that harmed them and the second group that enacted the cover-up. Now, the people that harmed them, if they were harmed, if the foul play theory is true, they might not be very bright. Now, they might have assistants, friend, or family who actually really easy answer. Because all of the media attention to close the case, because there's so many clueless goofs when they see on TV, oh, they got lost, had an accident, case closed. Whereas if that determination is not made, so if they plant the backpack and the shorts, which we will be getting into, yes, some people believe the shorts are not legitimate, which we will get into. We will get into. Tsutsaka in the chat, you are going to be muted. I'm going to put you in timeout for 10 minutes. We're keeping this on topic. If you want to discuss the case, that's fine. But everybody's here to discuss this particular case. So, by planting the backpack, they actually brought the case closure. So there's less people out there searching for them because a official or semi-official ruling was made on the basis of that backpack, including the bones. Because, again, maybe the bones are theirs, maybe they aren't. We talked about a little bit with the DNA testing. I don't know how much can be trusted. Because it seems both the Panama authorities and the Dutch authorities, there's some huge question marks in both investigations. And the Panama authorities actually denied Dutch authorities with with tracking dogs. They denied them past the Mirador, which is the end point of the trail. Now, again, people say, oh, well, the girls didn't know it was the end point. That's very valid. But again, it's simply, how can they traverse that much? Here's a helicopter footage of the technical end of the trail. And it's actually not a loop back. Some people think they thought it was a loop and that's why they got lost. So even though, I mean, look how incredibly dense this jungle is. So this continental divide here, so this is the end of the Pianista Trail. And the continental divide here, at the end, YouTube, of course, being very laggy here. Also, keep in mind, there are little homes all along the way. When I first saw this, I mean, I could bring up the satellite images later. There are little homes all across here. I mean, they're spread out, but still, I mean, you can't go that much distance without hitting a house. There's also all these hidden trails used by locals. So even though there's not tons of locals, there's you know, a couple handful, but they're frequently walking all these hidden paths off the main paths, clearly within earshot. And sometimes within line of sight, according to, you know, the people who reviewed the trail. Furthermore, that's not real, even though that's the end of the Pianista Trail, apparently there are guides that take tourists way beyond this point. So it is hiked, not necessarily that often, but it is hiked. So it's not like it's pure wilderness where nobody has stepped foot in, like some of those missing 411 cases, which are a completely separate category than this. Anyway, for whatever reason, the Panama authorities denied the Dutch authorities to search beyond this continental divide, beyond the Mirador at the end of the trail. Now, I haven't seen any explanation on why. They might have just thought the girls could never go beyond. However, if they did go beyond, especially if they were motivated to do so, like, for example, if they're being chased, if there's foul play involved, but if one of them really got injured, how far could they have gotten? I mean, that's the level of goofery you deal with some of these people hallucinating they had to have gotten lost, and somehow they were magically not found or heard for so many days. Somehow, magically, the bones in the backpack organically ended up so many miles away. I mean, let's look at the map one more time here before we get into all of the new stuff I'm going to go over. Just give me a second. So this map is actually really good because you can see the marked houses as well. I mean, this is satellite imagery. We can get even more into it. So you could see house, casa, and this is actually Guide F's home, supposedly, not too far, or maybe not his home, but the home of his brother or whoever. Like, look how many homes are around. Like, there's homes everywhere around where the remains are found, around where the genes were found. All these areas have homes around them, and you can see them on the satellite maps. So this is not pure wilderness. Clark says, could you please touch on the findings of their bodies in recovery? I know about the backpack, but not so much about the remains. Yeah, we'll get to it. Well, I mean, there's so many other things we got to go over first, though, because I want to really get into the timeline first. And I want to reiterate here, there are so many homes and other trails and paths used by locals just throughout their day-to-day, because they're traveling between Alto Romero. Even Clark in the chat here, you verified that some locals are traveling between Boquete and Alto Romero, but even if they're not, if they're traveling between their farms, coffee plantations, or whatever, cattle, ranches, they're traveling back and forth Alto Romero. They're using a lot of smaller hidden paths that only the locals know about that intersect the main trail here and there, and they would have heard people crying for help. That's why, again, we're dealing with an area that's a super popular, I mean, not this part of it, but even people that got lost beyond the Mirador, they were found frequently, they were found very quickly. Because their screams could be heard, because other people saw them. I mean, it's actually this isn't an area where dozens of people have gotten lost. If it were, we'd be having a completely different conversation. Not that we wouldn't be considering foul play, because, of course, let's not fall for false dichotomy logical fallacies. There's scumbags everywhere. Now, furthermore, I'm not sure that this was some kind of planned crime. It might have been opportunity-based, and we will be getting into... some people they might have met. But look at the distance here. Again, there's just homes all over the area. I can't overstate that, because a lot of goofs, I mean, even in the comment section of episode 1, there were like a lot of clueless goofs hallucinating that there's 0 homes, 0 other trails, 0 locals coming and going. Now again, maybe they did stumble upon them and did something bad to them, but if there was 0 foul play involved, is it possible that they wouldn't have been found? I mean, yeah, anything's possible, but based on all of this information, I mean, it really seems, again, that they weren't found because either they weren't there or someone else was there. Clark says, yes, there is local foot traffic, animal, ant trails. There are some scattered squatters and indigenous family units, but I would call it more and more rough the deeper you go in. Yeah, sure, but also keep in mind, everywhere the remains, jeans, and backpacks were found, that's all close to the main trails and the local trails and the homes. So again, if this stuff had all been found way further out into the wilderness away from the homes, then yes, then it becomes very possible they got lost and weren't found. Okay, so let's look at another map here just with sheer distance. Clark has commented on this as well as, I mean, there's experienced hikers, a lot of professionals have also, professional trackers have mentioned this, that, so just, again here, let's look at this here. If they were, just to reiterate the point here, if, for example, their bones, remains, or shorts or backpacks were found like here, or here, or in this area, or in this area, areas away from other trails and homes, then we could say it's very possible they would have been out of earshot. They would have been so far away from the search teams. But they were found all along the main trail here. This is the main trail, and they were found all along here, and these are where all the homes are. So there are theories that some of the photos were taken in these hidden waterfalls off to the side, and if that's true, how do the jeans end up here, if those are the legitimate jeans? How does fabric end up here? How does the shoe and pelvic bone end up here? How does the backpack end up here? How does this rib end up here? That doesn't make any sense. Like, I mean, I don't see how anybody could logically defend the non-foul play theory here. Unless they're saying they died naturally and then people stumbled upon the bodies and then mutilated the bodies after they were already dead. I mean, that's still that's foul play after their deaths. But for this to all happen naturally, I mean, where is the logical defense here? Now, in most cases, I mean, yeah, the motto here, of course, is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure, but there's a lot of information here that we can't ignore. Clark said, would also track close to the watersheds. Most trails follow the water downhill. I lived more or less in the jungles 96 to 98, been visiting Boquete since then. Yeah, so it's not just about the official search teams. Like, the local foot traffic would have heard them. Even if they weren't yelling, they might have still heard them, because, again, if they traveled along where their remains, clothing, and backpack were found, this is all very close to trails and other homes. All right, I'm gonna go one more image of a map, and then we're gonna get into the timeline. Just give me a second. There's one more map I want to put up. So, I mean, just look at the miles here. Look at the miles. So, particularly, they're that unexperienced. One of them possibly has asthma or trouble breathing. If one or two of them got injured, like, how could they have traveled this far? I mean, it's 9.3. I mean, look at the mileage here. We're talking 9.3 miles of jungle. I mean, even experienced hikers, military trackers, I mean, how fast could they cover this terrain? History Unleashed said they knew they were there, the locals around two young foreign girls. Here's the thing, History Unleashed. There were many young foreign girls in the area, before, during, and after, that frequently hike, including solo female travelers. I mean, there's most of the time, from what I read, it's usually there aren't that many solo female travelers, but apparently they travel with no issue. But there are frequently duos of female travelers, like this particular duo. That's not rare that there's two girls traveling without males. Apparently, the only other person to disappear was a male, and we're going to get into his case. We may not have time today, but we're going to get into that case, because he might have also not disappeared from the trail itself. So, okay. So, let's get into the timeline, and we have so much to go over here. Just bear with me. Like I said, our pace is going to be a little bit slower today, as I will be referring to the live chat frequently. So, going back to Kudaka's blogspot, this is where we left off, I believe. Yeah. So we went over the finding of the backpack, all those issues. Some people are actually theorizing that even the backpack is not really their backpack. Now, that seems outlandish on the surface, but we will actually come back to that when we start examining whether or not the shorts belong to them. So, I mean, this is just a really tough case. On the surface, it seems ludicrous that people would be staging this on this level. But we're going to be diving deep. We're going to be diving deep. So some people believe they just got a backpack the same model as theirs and put some of their stuff in. The other issue is, if there are these uneaten, like this little wrapper, is that uneaten? So how did those snacks... So their keys were also missing. The keys were missing, which is curious, because if the backpack was all zipped up, I mean, did monkeys steal the keys? If so, why would monkeys not steal snacks or anything else? I mean, I don't know. These are just questions that need to be answered. The fact that their keys weren't found, I mean, that's rough. That's rough. So, but Chris's jeans shorts might not have been hers. We'll get into that. Now, if we determine that they weren't hers definitively, I'm not saying we can do that, but if that is done, does that open the door to the backpack not being their backpack? We'll get to all that, but let's continue here. So, okay, here. Okay. Alright, so I'll just pick up a little earlier here. So a co-worker of the Bouquet Equestrian Center mentioned to have seen the girls before April 1st. Andrew, I'll get to the witness statements soon. We'll be getting to those tonight. So this witness said they were hot and sweating and red from walking, so all things point to them not being acclimatized to altitude no matter how fit they are. Although it is not certain that he actually saw KRIS and LISANNE and not other tourists, redness in the face is not that rare for northwestern Europeans with pale skin. I myself get red cheeks also from exercise, for instance, but in LISANNE's case, her coughing, shortness of breath, and asthma, cold symptoms may perhaps have made the strenuous exercise more difficult. Again, all of this points to them not being able, or at least I guess, LISANNE not being able to travel that many miles. Especially in a humid climate with hills and mountains, the Pianista route brought the girls to a height of 6,200 feet above sea level, with the trail starting at an altitude of 4,192 feet. They had to climb 610 meters over the space of 2 miles. And by all accounts, Lisanne was not 100% fit at that time. When their parents still hadn't heard anything by April 6th, one of the girls' parents boarded a plane along with detectives from the Netherlands. Together, police, dog units, and the Dutch detectives searched the forest for a solid 10 days. KRIS and Lisanne's parents soon after offered a reward of $30,000, but even this didn't bring them any new info. Nothing was heard or seen from the girls for weeks, months. Then, after about 10 weeks, on June 11th, a local woman named Irma Mirando found Lisanne's blue Lycra backpack. Supposedly her backpack. It was handed to police June 13th. Irma and her husband, Luis Atencio, found it near a rice paddy. And again, if it's that close to a rice paddy that's frequented, why didn't they find it earlier? I mean, nobody wants to talk about these things. If it found its way there organically, why would they not have seen it earlier? And again, we went over all this info earlier. These people that found it, their story changed numerous times, and also they look scared. It's almost like they were following orders to find the backpack in order to kind of close this case, to get people to stop looking, stop asking questions, and stop bringing attention to this area. Clark says there is a vibrant land-owning Euro expat class there that I'm sure doesn't want attention of this sort. Yeah, we went over that in episode 1 as well. Clark says it's a volcano, the Continental Divide. There are some cliffs, steep slopes, waterfalls. The combo of heat and altitude could definitely be debilitating. Bad headaches contributes to dehydration. Again, all of these things point to them not being able to make it that far. Like, these are the justification the losters are using to say it wasn't foul play, but this all supports them not getting that far. So this backpack just magically showed up near a rice paddy one day on the bank of the river Culebre near the village of Alto Romero. This hamlet is situated in a remote area in the district of Valle Risco, nearly 17 kilometers away from their host place Boquete, and 10 to 15 kilometers, at least 14 walking hours from the location where the girls were last seen. People from the Justice Department picked the backpack up with a helicopter the next day. In an interview with the woman who found the bag, told the interviewer that she and her husband first called a local cattle rancher, later identified by her as local tour guide F's brother, Jose Domingo Gonzalez. And again, what are the chances here? Because we're not talking about just these remote villages with only like dozens or hundreds of people. There's thousands and thousands. I think it was over 10,000 people in this entire area. Not in Boquete, but between Boquete, Alto Romero, all these areas. You're talking about tens of thousands of people here. Way over 10,000 people. Does anybody find that curious? So it just so happens that it's Guide F's brother? The backpack just so happens to show up right next to a rice paddy, next to this local cattle rancher. That's kind of weird. The couple worked for the Gonzalez family. Okay, so then he called the police for them and handed the bag to the police a day later. So clearly they could have also gone through it. He could have also called Guide F. Here, check this backpack out. Maybe there's something you want to remove from it or wipe it down. Who knows? Because even there was no DNA or fingerprints found from the girls on the backpack either, but there was a bunch of fingerprints found from unidentified people. The rucksack and its contents were photographed. No written documentation was made by investigators about the condition of the finds. In the media, the bag was nevertheless described as clean and dry with dry content. This was based on the one photo taken by the police that made it to the media. Okay, we went over all this in the previous episode. So, continuing on here in the Kudikas blog, I elsewhere read that the couple, Irma and Luis, may have first cleaned the backpack before handing it over to the police, as in rinsing it off, which is unconfirmed. But Irma and Luis later recalled to Harding House and Nenner that I'm assuming those are investigators, that the rucksack was slightly damaged, wet, and full of sand, but in a passable condition. We also know from police files that there was actually some dirt on the bag, as well as some yellowish brown clay at the ends of the straps of the bag, and some plant fragments and loose sand inside the bag. There were also some translucent plastic fragments found in the bag. There is uncertainty about whether or not the bag was found to be wet. It looks normal in the photo. Not even the turquoise flap of fabric of the bag looks wet or to have sustained water damage. And again, the official story by the Panama authorities is that the bag was dragged by the river. Yeah, it looks way too good condition. I mean, even if it wasn't dragged, I mean, who's been on a multi-day hike? I mean, that bag looks near mint. I mean, obviously this photo is not good enough. We need way more photos. But that looks like it was bought at a store relatively recently, hasn't it? I mean, I've done maybe 3-hour hikes with a backpack way dirtier than that. That started off looking like this, but after just a couple hours being put on the ground, picked back up, brushing through trees, it doesn't look anywhere near that clean. Now, again, if they cleaned it, then okay, we don't really know. But even if they cleaned it, how could they clean it that way? If it was being dragged by a river for days or weeks, I don't know. Unless that's not even her backpack, but yeah, this is tough. This is tough. So Clark says, oh, definitely not far at all. I'd be very surprised at more than 8 to 10 kilometers, and that's a stretch, especially without water, and I'm talking gallons, not sips from an Evian bottle. They would have been sweaty. Yo, couldn't they have just been filling up the water from the river, though? That's a good point. Clark says they could easily get hypothermia at night if they were soaking wet with sweat and condensation at night. Clark says gear would be shredded unless it floated. I suspect this was very buoyant. Even if it floated, I mean, just rocks, just being dragged across so many rocks and even branches, I mean, that would cause tears, or at least partial tears. I mean, this looked like it was bought in a store recently. I mean, I don't know, call me crazy. There's no evidence the bag was ever wet by the time it was found, even though that would have seemed likely, considering the place where it was detected. The backpack was not described as wet or dry in the police files either. It seems, therefore, unlikely that the backpack was really wet by the time investigators got it in their possession, which was at least 48 hours later, but this is unverified. The money bills inside the backpack were dry and not decomposed. Here's the other thing, too. I mean, it depends on the exact conditions. But if this thing was being kicked around in rocks and branches through a river that has constantly changing water levels, I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, how... It just seems like the backpack and everything in it is in way too condition to have been abused by the river for this amount of time and drugged this far. Also, the metal parts of the bras were not rusted, and the camera still worked. Police assumed the bag had drifted by the river to the spot where the local woman noticed it. It had been raining heavily in the prior few weeks, and some people believe that the backpack did not look like it had spent weeks in a wet, muddy jungle and river, having endured 72 something days in a highly humid rainforest. So the photo of the backpack was taken in Lewis's house June 13th, 2014. Okay, so let's just do the final point here on this backpack. Like I said, I've been on hikes that were less than a day, and that completely destroyed much more expensive backpacks than this. History Unleashed says, camera still working is interesting. Clark says, and rot. Literally a brand new set of jungle fatigues would rot in 4 to 5 days, and military rucksacks would have to be replaced often. Yeah, this is not military grade. This is a plain old backpack. I mean, this is like a school pack. Like I said, I've actually bought pretty expensive rugged backpacks, and not that they got all torn up, but I'm talking less than a day. They were beat up, muddy, with some partial tears. Occasionally, I mean, it depends on how rough the hike was, but when you're picking up and putting down the backpack, even gently, that's going to cause wear and tear, let alone being dragged countless miles in a river with rocks and tree branches just knocking it around. A local investigator. Okay, we're going to get interesting here. This is going to get really interesting because this might be the most important individual in this entire investigation. So this is Martin Ferreira. Also, Clark, do you happen to know who this is? I mean, I don't know how much interaction military had, but this is like one of the premier security specialists in the area here. So this is Martin Ferreira O'Donnell. So Martin Ferreira O'Donnell, a local investigator. It'd be crazy if Clark actually knew who this was. Clark says, it is in remarkable condition. I'm skeptical based on the condition of the bag in the photo. I mean, I think anybody would be. That's the thing, too. I mean, not just someone like Clark who's experienced. He's saying they had to replace fatigues and rucksacks pretty often. And those are ones that weren't being kicked around by a river for countless days. Andrew Wolf in the chat says, were the photos rearranged to make it look like they got lost, but they really returned to the Pianista trailhead based on who's wearing the backpack? We're going to get into that in the metadata. That is a very real possibility. Pinto Sack says, maybe that is Clark. No, I mean, I think this guy still lives there. I think Clark said he's no longer there. So, Clark, do you know who this guy is? Phil says, why did the photos not have timestamped metadata? There is some metadata. We're going to go over all that. Yeah, we're going to go over all those issues. I didn't want to go over them. I want to do the timeline first and the witnesses. So in either the next episode or the episode after that, we'll get into the technical analysis of the metadata. Okay, so Clark... Oh, it says, Clark says, don't know the gentleman. Okay. Well, I was just wondering, because a lot of times military people, they do know private security in the area. So this guy's like top dog, supposedly, for private security and local investigations. So he might be the most important figure in the investigation, and we'll get to why. So he later shed some doubt on the details of Irma and Luis's statements. There already are different stories circulating about where exactly the bag was discovered. It was either found in a rice paddy or stuck in the middle of the river underneath some rocks. And do we even know if that's true? Because we're just relying on the statements of those who found the backpack. Somebody might have just handed them the backpack at their house and told them to say they found it. Right? We don't know, but they gave two different stories. Rice paddy stuck in the middle of the river underneath some rocks. But Irma said that she was alone at the river when she found the backpack and went home to show it to her husband, Luis, whereas Luis testified to police that he was right there at the river when Miranda saw the bag and took it along. Their stories do not line up in that respect. Irma and Luis, now I'm assuming there's no language barrier here because this is local police, so it's not like they told the Dutch investigators a story. I mean, this is the statement to the local police. Clark says, I do have some secondhand knowledge of law enforcement there. Anything pertinent to the case, you think? So, continuing on with the post here. Irma and Luis also both declared to police that it was the very first time they went to this rice paddy. It says so in the police files. But does that make sense? Who normally worked on that rice paddy? That doesn't make sense to me. If you live right next to a rice paddy by the river, you're never going to go there. Like their entire life, that was the first time they went there. That's kind of weird. Because I think she said she went there to bathe. So she went there to... I mean, that's kind of weird. Or to wash her clothes, rather. Why walk at least... Okay, so who normally worked on the rice paddy? Why walk at least 2 hours to get to the specific spot to wash your clothes? What are the odds of ending up exactly where that backpack of KRIS and LISANNE was supposedly lodged in the river? You know what's kind of... You know what's weird? So if she walked 2 hours to get to that spot, why did people that live near that spot, like there's homes there, there's the rice paddy there, other workers and people who live there, none of them saw it. Only the people that worked for Guide F's brother saw it and found it. So what are the odds of ending up exactly where that backpack of KRIS and LISANNE was supposedly lodged in the river? Seeing it by chance as Irma was doing her thing. Then there is the phone call that Bouquet police got the next morning informing them about the discovery of the bag. It wasn't Luis or Irma who called, but a man called Domingo Gonzalez, the brother of Guide F. Domingo, the cattle rancher. Irma and Luis were employees of Guide F and his family who owned... Wait, so they weren't employees of the cattle rancher? They were employees specifically of Guide F who own land in the Alto Romero region and employ several of the villagers. So again, if we're just going by motive, means, and opportunity, so for all the clueless goofs who say that foul play is an impossibility, if there was motive, means, and opportunity, not just motive, means, and opportunity, but resources to facilitate a cover-up, that's all here. Now, maybe it's not true, maybe there was no foul play, but clearly you have motives, means, opportunity, and resources for a cover-up, because you have so many local villager employees and possibly even local PD who do business with you. The police report also mentions several details from forensic analysis of the backpack. The attachment of one of the straps had partly come loose. The plastic closures contained deep scratches. The fabric of the bag showed some signs of discoloration in various places, possibly by abrasion. A rectangular piece of fabric approximately 30 by 15 millimeters at the top right corner was missing, showing straight edges at the location of the damage. And close by, there was a small tear in the fabric of the bag of approximately 10 millimeters. Now, the other thing that's kind of weird, if there's a tiny little tear, how is it not becoming a bigger tear if it's getting kicked around? in this fast-flowing river with rocks and tree branches, animals around. I mean, it's kind of weird. Oh, we didn't go over the motive, actually, Phil. I'm jumping ahead. I'm jumping ahead. My bad. My bad. Yeah, I didn't go into motive. But I mean, again, if they wanted to take advantage of the females hiking alone, that would be motive. History Unleashed says, we all know they found it on their property and didn't want to say so. No foreigners come around to hike, so best quick option by a river in the jungle. Okay, so History in Unleashed in the chat is saying they found it on their own property. So that would mean the location where the backpack was supposedly found is not even remotely accurate. Interesting. Okay. Clark says private security and PMA are usually hired by expat HOAs to guard gated development communities. If he doesn't have actual state, local law enforcement credentials, he's pretty suspect. I think he works, I mean, we'll get into him a little more deeply. I think he works with police. We will get to that, though. Clark also says a lot of the property pertinent to this case are owned and developed by expats, coffee entrepreneurs, eco-tourists. Many locals work for these expats in menial jobs, land workers, farmers, maid services. That brings me to the next theory, which we hadn't gone over yet. There are a few commenters who are saying that this was a human hunt, and some of these rich people hunted them for sport. I'm skeptical again. Why would people choose one of the most popular hiking places in Panama to do that? I mean, it just seems a little weird. Like, why not kidnap people elsewhere and then take them to remote air? Unless the argument is they kidnapped them at the trailhead and took them somewhere else and then dumped them back to make it look like they got lost at the trailhead. I don't know if I've seen that argument, but for the theory that they hunted them right there on one of the most popular trails and slightly beyond, that seems kind of weird to me. Phil says it doesn't look so popular. No photos show other. It's it's one of the most popular hikes in Panama. Many people hike it. Most people get guides unless they're experienced hikers. But yeah, inexperienced hikers also hike it alone. I mean, they gave you can check out the reviews online for it. There was supposedly a group, two with a guide, or two or more with a guide, at the exact time that the girls were hiking that trail around the Mirador. And they actually said they saw them. We will be getting into that. I'll be getting into the witness statements. We're going to go through the timeline and the witness statements in this episode. So, yeah. Clark says, I would not say it's a very or most popular. If you look at top trails in Panama, it comes up. I searched for it because I was just wondering exactly how popular it was. It's one of the most recommended trails in Panama. Andrew says, the gang leader's family owned the restaurant at the trailhead. We'll be getting into that. But again, if there's this little 10mm tear, how does it not get bigger? I had an old school backpack that had a tiny little tear. I don't know if it was from like a pen or something penetrating it. And it just got bigger and bigger without being kicked around in a river. So this tear was determined to have been caused by a sharp edge. The precise nature of this edge, whether it was a natural sharp edge or a man-made sharp object, has not been determined. Going by the photo taken of the bag, it does appear to hang upside down on a nail in the wall. Within this tear, the material polyester urethane was found. This material is frequently found as foam or elastomer, but the origin of this specific piece of material remains unknown. Matt had access to the official police files and concluded, quote, although the damage of the backpack, scratches and abrasion, is consistent with traveling in a river and rocks, the damage is very light and probably not consistent with the travel of many kilometers in a wild river. An inhabitant of Alto Romero called Guide Tony was present when police came to Alto Romero by helicopter and opened the backpack. He told the podcast makers of Lost in Panama podcast that he saw it and says that despite being wet, the backpack was in pretty decent shape. Having extensively been exposed to the jungle for 10 weeks, it had held up. Yeah, that does not sound plausible. It was damaged but intact. He also mentions that he saw how the cell phones and money and all those things, quote, were taken out of plastic bags, end quote. It has not been reported on or cleared up since in what sort of plastic bags the phones and such were found inside the backpack, or whether or not KRIS and LISANNE ever carried their devices in protective bags. So here's the thing. So they put their phones in a so if they're dying, they had time to carefully put their phones in plastic bags and then put them back in the backpack? Is that the argument the Losters are using? I mean, yeah, I have the plastic bag situation. Is it possible? I mean, is it possible the author? I mean, the backpack was handed over after the authorities had it. Did the authorities put it in the plastic? I mean, I don't know. This is weird. Soon after its discovery, a photo of the backpack started circulating in the Panamanian media. So this is the photo, showed both the bag and the content, possibly providing the first real clues about what might have happened to the girls. Everything inside the backpack from the brand Burton with a blue-gray diamond pattern and turquoise interior was in good general condition. In it were 2 folded-up bras. KRIS's bra was black and without a visible brand name. LISANNE's was described as having a colorful floral pattern and being from H&M. Now, let's keep in mind H&M. The store, because maybe some foreshadowing here that might be pertinent as we continue to go through this. 2 undamaged pairs of sunglasses, one pink, one described as black. Both girls' mobile phones, a white Samsung Galaxy S3 Mini from LISANNE with a green, blue, gray protective cover. Police later fixed its battery and SIM card to the device with adhesive tape. So it was the police that did that. As well as a black iPhone 4 with an orange-red protective cover from KRIS. Police later fixed its battery and SIM card to the device with adhesive tape. Neither phone looked damaged. Is it possible to have these phones bouncing around in a soft backpack across rocks without taking any damage at all? A black digital Canon PowerShot SX270HS camera with battery and without a lens cap, which did not look damaged. So is it possible both phones and a Canon PowerShot camera was bouncing around rocks in a river for who knows how many kilometers over how many days? No phone damage, no camera damage. The camera was okay, so 16 gigabyte memory card from SanDisk. And the jury is out on some of these memory cards. Some of them go bad in light water damage, and some of them apparently survives being submerged. So, yeah, I don't know what to make of that. There seems to be inconsistency with quality control on some of these SanDisk cards. So there's also a black camera case, a type of identity insurance card from LISANNE, one key with a blue keychain and a small padlock. So what's curious, okay, so how many padlocks did they have and for what? And so there is one key found, but all their other keys are not found. Huh. So this is a key to the padlock, presumably? So what's curious is there's another padlock found on the bed. So if this is the same lock, so again, we have this device. I don't know, is that an iPad or is that a different phone? Some kind of purse or snap case here. This is on the bed. And then there's also this padlock found on their bed. So you know what would be curious? If this was the exact same lock, that means they came back to the bedroom? Then what happened? Someone took the lock from the bedroom and planted it in the backpack? What does this all mean? If that's the same padlock. Or are they in the habit of buying a bunch of padlocks, but for what? Does anybody know the purpose of these padlocks? Yeah, I'm not sure anything's really been definitively determined regarding these padlocks. I mean, how many people travel with padlocks? I never traveled with a padlock. The bag also contained a snail and 2 small shells, a seashell and a snail shell. Also found inside the bag were 88 American dollars, 30 cents, 3 $20 bills, 2 $10 bills, and 1 $5 bill, 2 $1 bills, 5 coins of 25 cents, and 1 coin of 5 cents. There were also 2 personal items found in the backpack which have not been further specified. The photo of the backpack also shows what looks like a wrapped-up sweet, maybe a cough sweet or a lozenge. The photo also shows an empty water bottle, which was also found inside the backpack. So, why is this lozenge sealed up? So if Lisanne has a cold or whatever, and they're surviving all these days, why wouldn't she take it and use it? Presumably she didn't take hundreds with her. So if she only took a couple, I mean, I don't know, none of this makes any sense. The photo also shows an empty water bottle, which was also found inside the backpack. Candy wrappers, okay. It is not known why the police file does not explicitly specify their nature. We went over this before too. The river is said by officials to be able to disintegrate whatever falls into it when the water is high enough. So supposedly stuff that falls into the river is not usually found, based on the local testimony here. What else is curious here, the SD card of the digital camera could be read out, and contacts, mobile phone connections, and text messages were also extracted from the SIM card of the mobile phones. Hardingaus and Nenner reported, "We locate these in the file and discover they all date from before the girl's disappearance." The local cop who first made the inventory of the bag and its content reported one SD card, which was also pictured next to the Canon camera together with its battery taken out to dry. A strange detail, though, described by Hardingaus and Nenner, the statement made on June 12th by Mayor M, who examined the context of the rucksack before Pitty arrived at 9:20 a.m., does not quite match this account. He noted the Samsung phone he examined had neither a SIM card nor a memory card. It is unclear whether this discrepancy, which is certainly significant, was investigated by the authorities. It was most likely just an error from Mayor M, who may not have noticed the SIM card having been taped to the phone instead. Okay, so if this guy's a mayor, so this is Mayor M, the mayor. Is that just a name, or was this the actual mayor of Boquete? And is he also or formerly an investigator? He's examining this before Pity shows up, who headed up this so-called investigation. I mean, that's kind of weird. So he's saying there was no SIM card or memory card, so does that mean it was planted after? Or was it there, someone took it away to manipulate it, and then returned it after? Andrew says, why weren't the phone's contacts released? Wonder if they got the numbers of any of the local boys. They probably did, and we'll get into that. History Unleashed says, I buy bag locks that look like padlocks when going into areas like jungle. DNA analysis of the backpack. Total of 13 DNA samples reported to have been taken from the straps, zippers, and edges of the backpack. Some DNA was also found on the bras. Out of the over a dozen samples of which DNA could be extracted, with 6 samples taken from the bras, 13 from the backpack, DNA could be extracted from the 13 samples taken from the bag, but none could be matched to KRIS or LISANNE using comparative samples. That's also quite a lot of people to be handling the bag, because if we're talking the 2 that found it or allegedly found it, and if they didn't really find it, maybe another 1 or 2 people who handled it before they handed it to the people who said they found it, then all those, a bunch of different investigators? I don't know. So there's at least 2 different women and 1 man. So apparently Pity, this investigator, or the head of the case, she forgot to take the fingerprints and DNA samples from the people involved in the search or handling of the remains. Well, it's not like they can't do that now. They have all their names. The DNA samples also did not match that of KRIS and LISANNE. Okay. So we actually went over this in the previous episode, but apparently... So the Dutch forensic report failed to detect DNA profiles on the phones and the camera. The police files reveal that fingerprints and DNA samples were taken from the 2 mobile phones, but that there was no DNA profile recovered, and the recovered fingerprints were not suitable for identification. So I wonder if there is a corruption here, and they're covering up for somebody, and they wiped all this down. Now, obviously, not all the investigators would be in on the corruption. So were there honest investigators who took these samples, and then the samples were never run, and then they just said they were degraded, then they wiped everything down and handed it over to the Dutch authorities? So regarding the fingerprints, it was also reported in the local media that as many as 34 different fingerprints were found. 13 on the backpack, 12 on the scotch tape on the phone. That's a lot of people to handle scotch tape. What? And 3 on the camera, 6 different ones on the bras. A complete profile could be created of at least 1 person other than KRIS or LISANNE, but Panamanian authorities never tried or managed to trace this person. No fingerprints were properly recorded after all from those helping in the searches and handling the evidence that was found on site. Not even the investigators themselves always handled the evidence with protective gloves and masks on. The scotch tape which the memory cards were attached to on the mobile phone's camera, detectives later found several fingerprints, but because the police did not wear gloves, it can't even be excluded that the officials were to blame for these fingerprints. The report carried out by the Dutch Forensic Institute officially revealed that 6 fingerprints were found on the self-adhesive tape, and that only 1 of the prints, of which a photograph was sent to the Panamanian prosecutor's office, could have been checked in the Panama database. quote, "This fact seems to have gone unnoticed by the prosecutor, Betzaida Pitti, who so far has not checked the fingerprint with the locals who manipulated the objects or other possible suspects." According to the lawyer Enrique Arocha, defense for the Kremers family, the prosecutor has not taken a statement from the people who handed over the young woman's belongings to the prosecution, and neither had she collected the DNA found on the clothing and other belongings of the girls, he confirmed. So again, all these clueless goofs hallucinating that it was just a case of girls getting lost. Clearly, this was a botched investigation, because if there was foul play, it was never properly investigated to determine that. It was later published in a local newspaper, La Estrella, that one of the fingerprints found on the smartphone matched a Panamanian database. No updates were ever given on this, however. It simply never was cleared up either from whom those fingerprints were. So if it's in a Panamanian database, that means it's a known criminal or a government official who was fingerprinted. Okay. There is also no explanation given as to why the cell phones contained no DNA traces, but at least 6 fingerprints. As for the bras, the Dutch forensic report mentioned that 5 of the fingerprint samples failed to obtain DNA profiles. The 6th came from one of the Institute's employees. There were no forensic results of the water bottles examination either. Wow. Okay. Okay, so that was the quick review there. Not that quick, but okay. We'll go over all the smartphone data. In the next episode, because there's a lot of information. Also, the data with the camera. Okay, so let's get to the timeline here. What happened? The question everyone asking now is, what could have happened to the girls after photo... Actually, I don't know. This is all relevant. This is kind of relevant here, so... Actually, I don't know. We're gonna have to go through this. Okay, we're gonna have to go through the camera. So, regarding the phone being turned on, I mean, we'll get into it in the next episode. There might have been errors with the authorities logging, like double logging certain times, because, like, the chances that someone would access their phone at the same exact time 2 days in a row, especially while being lost and disoriented. But let's get to the digital camera. So there was a digital camera in Lisanne's backpack, which had not the same battery problem as the mobile phone, so could be used for a much longer time. The battery life of the Canon SX270HS digital camera is amazing, and if the camera is not used, it is known to last for a whole year even. That's pretty cool. I did not know that. The camera is also reported to have been found in relatively good condition, and its SD card was accessible for researchers. The director of the Computer Science Department of the Institute of Legal Medicine and Forensic Sciences inspected the mobile phones June 2014 and assured in the press that despite the conditions in which the devices were found, the information on them could be extracted through a specialized process. Investigators were able to view around 135 consecutive photos. Only one was missing. More on that later. The photos that were published look sharp and fine in the sense that there is no seeming water damage to these files. This camera had no GPS location option, so investigators could only establish or guess the location of the photos based on the visible surroundings. A Dutch highly qualified digital forensics expert also analyzed the camera and its SD card and discovered a total of 470 photo files in JPEG format and 7 video recordings in PMB4 format on the memory card. A total of 134 photos were created after March 31st, numbered 476 to 609. They fall into 2 categories: daytime photos from April 1st, 33 in total, and possibly a 34th in the form of deleted file 509, of which 23 have been leaked to the public over time one way or another, and nighttime photos from April 8th, 100 in total, of which we know 50. The NFI only examined image files that were taken after March 31st, 2014, i.e. after the girl's disappearance. So, yeah, you know what else is curious, though? I wonder how much there is in unreleased photos, and if how much that plays into the private investigators the families hired that told them something that, whatever they told them, that has not been revealed to the public. The trailhead. The first inspected photos showing the girls in good spirits on April 1st, confirming that the women had taken the Pianista Trail and wandered into some wilderness hours before their first attempt to reach 911, but with no signs of anything unusual. The girls took photos of each other, and the weather was good, sunny, and no rain. These first set of photos show them walking up the trail, as well as showing the scenery around the trailhead. A blogger who took the same route describes the old cattle trail. El Pianista Trail is one of the moodiest cloud forests I have ever ventured into. Rain droplets falling to the ground from every leaf and branch while mist floats through dramatically. The early stages of the hike are open fields with mountains on all sides. You can already see the clouds hugging the summit of the mountain. You know what you are heading into. I enjoyed the early parts of this hike with the beautiful hills on either side and the sounds of the river cascades to the right. And the Pianista Trail is described. It can be broken into 3 sections. In the first 45 minutes, you will walk through open area pasture land with gorgeous views of the surrounding mountains in downtown Boquete. Second, you enter a dense jungle surrounded by lush vegetation, birds, and insects. In here, you will walk for about 1.5 hours and enter the cloud forest, where it is very humid and magical, as you are literally walking in the clouds. Finally, after another 30 minutes climbing the mountain, you will reach the top and you'll be fully enveloped in the cloud forest. It's really an amazing experience. People often call it jungle, but Boquete locals tend to correct this notion and described the nature surrounding the Pianista Trail as a highland forest. Only the highest part is jungle, maybe 5% of the presumed lost area. The rest is a tropical highland forest with people, large pastures, and well-hydrated cows. It is not anywhere near as wild as those hyping for clickbait and book sales will have you believe. The settlement of Alto Romero, where some of the items were found nearby, even has cell service. That's curious. So there is cell service. Okay, that's interesting. I wonder if there's an exact cell phone map of what the spots are for cell service. Halfway up. Photos 481 to 86 show the girls just about halfway up the Pianista Trail. Photos 43 show Lisanne, and photo 86 show KRIS and Lisanne posing together. In the meadow area of the trail, 49 shows KRIS on the trail. Photo 491 shows KRIS with a stern look on her face. So supposedly this is 12:03 and 8 seconds. But officially the time given is 6:03 p.m. I mean, that's kind of weird. So yeah, with all the weirdness regarding the timestamps and the issues with the metadata. So what does everybody think of this photo? Does she really have a stern look on her face? Some people think there are some guys with them, and this photo is the point where, at least subconsciously, she might realize something is not quite right. And again, it's kind of hard to tell just because it's not a close-up of her face, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think it can be determined whether or not she knows something is wrong, but it's definitely, there's a shift here where she doesn't seem as happy. Now, that could just be due to being tired. Obviously, this could just be due to being tired. Or it could be she's starting to realize something's not quite right with these guys that they're with, if they're with guys. Clark says the cell service would be very spotty and localized. Yeah. But spotty means that there are sections. I mean, if you're lost and you're trying to get signal and you keep trying, and I mean, in some areas you might get signal. I mean, I don't know. I mean, she definitely doesn't look happy, but it's impossible to really tell what she's thinking here. I mean, the quality's not good enough, and even if the quality were better, I don't think there's enough emotion here. However, if there are guys with them and she's starting to feel a little apprehensive, I would not be able to rule that out from the expression on her face here. In contrast, for example, to some of these other images here where there does not appear to be, you know, in the images where they're together, it does not appear that there's any concern at all. And that includes these alleged images of the final part of the hike, which, again, some people believe those are fake images, and they are photoshopped. This is 2014, by the way, so we're not talking the 90s or something. Not that they couldn't be faked back then, but obviously much more difficult. She actually has her legs crossed and one fist on her hip, which could be apprehension or anger. Her hands are not open on her hip. Again, I'll put the image back. She has a fist against her hip, and her legs are crossed. Fist on hips is when someone is getting angry or aggressive. Or subconsciously. I mean, it's different for every people, so it's kind of impossible to really... You need baselines and all that. Standing with crossed legs is also a defensive posture. And for women, it's even more so, particularly in the presence of men. While standing. While sitting, it's completely different, but... Yeah, I mean, again, without definitive baselines, but this doesn't look like comfort and happiness, but it doesn't necessarily mean fear. I mean, if she's tired, I mean, who knows? That's a good point by Clark. Interesting that at different points they are each carrying the backpack. It's not like it had any significant weight in it. Unless it did and something was removed from it. But yeah, I don't know if there's not enough information here with this image, one way or another. But it could support any theory. Yeah, they switch carrying the backpack. I mean, especially if Lisanne isn't feeling well, why would KRIS make her carry the backpack at any point? It also doesn't appear like she's not feeling well here, unless, of course, these images are not from that day. Which may very well be the case. So the picture was allegedly taken a little bit before the summit at 12:03 p.m. Image 493 is said to show the trail up the Il Pianista around 700 meters before the highest point. So this is 493. And obviously, none of them are in this image. So if somebody's just trying to paint the narrative, you know, when you add in images with nobody in them of where it would be to line up with the timeline, obviously that'd be very easy to do when there's no people in the images. The other thing that's kind of weird, is this particular image really that pretty that you would want to take a photo of it, especially with nobody in the photo? What does everybody think about that? Phil says it's a kind of cool gorge. I don't know if it's cool enough, especially all the other stuff they're photographing. I don't know. Andrew says, could be removed person from the pic. Yes. Again, we're talking 2014 here, not like 94 or even 2004. 2014, I mean, quite a lot of you know, how easy it is to edit photos by 2014. I mean, it's quite advanced. You could even argue by maybe 2010-ish. There was quite a few different software, not just Photoshop, but many one-click remove type softwares. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm really not convinced. I'm not 100% convinced these photos are from that day and that location. Maybe they are. I'm not 100% convinced, though. Just simply with all the strangeness going on. Like, if nothing else was strange, then I would be examining this less. But I mean, think about this. You have all this strangeness with the phones, and with the camera, and with all of the conflicting witness statements we will get to, and with the backpack being found, and with the remains being found. Is there any part of this that isn't strange? I mean, we're talking about a coincidence stack of strangeness a mile high here. Like, why is there not a single aspect of this case that doesn't have issues? Like, if there were no issues with the camera, no deleted photos, no modified metadata. I mean, if everything was kosher with the camera, and maybe there were issues with the cell phones, but no issues with anything else. I mean, that would be a lot easier to digest. But when there's issues with literally every single aspect of this case, I mean, how much of a clueless coincidence theorist do you have to be to think there's nothing to see here with just all of the weirdness in every single aspect of the case with every single recovered item and the entire timeline? History Unleashed says, no condensation issues make me believe the electronics were not in dense jungle for any length of time. Not just the electronic. I mean, look at that backpack. I mean, wow. So this previous photo was taken 12:42 p.m. That is the recalculated time. The official timestamp on the photo was 6:42 p.m. But all these times were recalculated by investigators because the girls seemingly never adjusted the time or the correct year, with the camera being set to 2013 instead of 2014. You can manually set the time and date on the Canon SX270HS camera, which had not yet a GPS function. Neither the Canon digital camera nor the iPhone from KRIS were set to the correct local time, although there was a 7-hour time difference between the Netherlands and Panama at that time, not 6. Another inconsistency here. But Dutch forensic investigators claim to have been able to see the time on a wristwatch that was pictured in one photo. and compared it with the time for the same on the camera time for the same photo. Unfortunately, this photo was never made public. And in the existing photos of KRIS and LISANNE, which have been released, neither of the girls ever wears a wristwatch. So you know what? So again, we have this level of high strangeness. So authorities claimed they saw the time in on one of their wristwatches in a conveniently unreleased photo. All the other photos, there are no wristwatches. Now, even for the most devout coincidence theorists and authority worshipping cultists, they don't see a problem with that. They don't see a problem with that. The authorities are claiming that one of them not only wore a wristwatch, but it was clear enough to make out in a photo. And that's why they readjusted the time. So it seems, I mean, I don't know what to make of any of this here now. I mean, how many clueless goofs think that everything is above board with the investigation, regardless of what really happened? Are there any clueless goofs out there who are actually thinking all of this is above board? Because that's an issue. Authorities claiming that they actually, not only does one of them wear a wristwatch, which in none of the released photos do you see any wristwatch. I mean, let's go through it again here. I mean, here's every photo that has been released. I mean, so they just don't, well, once people started having cell phones, a lot of people just stopped wearing wristwatches. I mean, yeah, they never appear to wear wristwatches in any photo ever. I mean, that looks like a little bracelet. Yeah, so no wristwatches in any of the photos ever, not just the day on the trail. Huh. So that's like a little bracelet, right? Yeah, that's a bracelet. So, and even if that were a wristwatch, there's no way you can make out the time there. But yeah, that's a bracelet there. So, I mean, this is crazy. I mean, are there really clueless goofs out there that are hallucinating that there are no issues here? So they don't wear wristwatches. No wristwatches. So yeah, that's clearly a bracelet. And again, even if that were a watch, which it's not, that's like a bracelet, you can't, there's no way you can make out the time on that. So, yeah, that's weird. That's definitely weird. So all of the entire timeline might be completely off. So the digital camera was set approximately 6 hours earlier than local Panama time. And, and there's a 7-hour time difference between the Netherlands and, I mean, none of this adds up. There's not a single part of this case that adds up. So apparently, so they neither adjusted it to summertime on March 3rd. Well, yeah, also apparently there was a time change on March 30th. Huh. I mean, we have just so many issues with the time. The next set of photos on the girl's camera established precisely that they were at the Mirador on the Pianista Trail at the summit of the Continental Divide on April 1st, the day they went missing. I mean, that's if these images are legitimate here. these summit images. Just gonna double check something with the stream here to make sure we don't get too much lag. Okay, so the continental divide is a long string of mountain ranges run all the way from South America to North America. This specific mountain range is called the Cordillera del Talamanca, summarized the CD. At this lookout point, you can see both the Pacific Ocean and the Caribbean Sea on clear days. It is not rarely windy here, and the high mountain range catches often clouds and holds onto them as well. But today, the girls had clear skies and great vistas. Experts have said that they could determine from the sun's angle that the photos were taken at approximately 1 p.m. But there is some controversy about these times due to multiple important witnesses placing the girls around 2 p.m. at the start of the trail. More on that later, because that's critical. We're going to get into that. Then followed a string of selfies on the Pianista summit. Mostly all these selfies have been made public by now through leaks or through public use of them by family members. Photos 495 until 504, taken at 1 p.m. to 1:06 p.m., were all taken from the summit. 499 shows Lisanne smiling at the top of the summit at 1:01 and 38 seconds. Some people commented on the strange way her body seems stretched. Okay, I'm going to put that on the screen in a second here. Oh, okay. So strange way her body seems stretched in this photo. Especially her left breast looks a bit out of proportion suddenly and only in this photo, making some people believe this photo could have been photoshopped. Although smartphones also can distort photos around the edges, sometimes due to their specific lenses, however, this photo was not taken with a smartphone, and it's also not that close to the edge. Her entire left arm seems to be normally proportioned. This Dutch photo specialist has looked into the case, tells you in his video the extent of photoshopping he thinks he detected in the leaked photos of the girls on their trip, which have also been shared in this blog post. Some more about this photo 499. The photo setting is set to landscape, not face auto detect, yet we see Lisanne's face large and in focus. We can also see clearly in this photo that Lisanne is wearing the same bra that was found in the backpack. This photo with photo number 496 was the second photo the girls took on the summit. I mean, this is the most famous photo here. So again, just to reiterate, is it possible they did the hike, came back, something happened, and that's why the timeline is all off? The first photo on the summit, 495, has not been shared publicly. But we know from people who have seen all the photos that is similar in style, just like 497 and 498. The other thing that's weird, why not make all the photos public, though? I mean, is withholding a couple of photos really... I mean, what's the issue there? Especially if they're similar to these. Or is the photoshopping too obvious in them? I mean, I don't know. Court of Public Opinion says yes, they came back, then went swimming. We're going to get to the entire swimming theory. And with whom. History Unleashed says jungle environment is very inhospitable to electronics. That is true in general. That is true. Rockstars of Redondo says, whose phone does the swimming hole photo come from? We're going to get to the swimming hole photos. Well, we're going in order here. This is a deep dive. We're at a little bit slower pace. I want to really take all the questions from the chat here. So Phil says, what if they are not missing and it's to scare people from travel to the area or in general? Yeah, I don't know about that because it's still a popular area, so that definitely didn't work. Okay. I mean, from a cursory glance, these photos do not appear to be photoshopped, but look at the difference in the sky conditions here. Can it really get that cloudy in a minute? Let me see here. What's the time difference here? And again, with all of the possible manipulation on the timestamps, I mean, I still can't believe the police are going with the narrative. They saw the time on a wristwatch that neither girl wears from a photo that hasn't been released. And that's where we're getting this timeline. So I'll make this bigger so everybody can see, and then I'll scroll it. So 11:25, 11:42, closer to the beginning of the trail, middle of the trail. Then we have 1 p.m. Okay, yeah, there's an issue here with the time and the cloud conditions. Can the cloud conditions, because it doesn't, whether this was 1 p.m., 4 p.m., or 5 p.m., I mean, regardless of what the real time was, can the cloud conditions really change in, what is this, 6 seconds? Can cloud conditions change this dramatically in 6 seconds? In 6 minutes, maybe, depending on the area. I mean, I've seen clouds kind of come out of nowhere in a period, maybe not 6 minutes, maybe 6 minutes. But what about 6 seconds? This appears to be an issue. Clark, we need your input here. In this area, is 6 seconds enough time? Is 6 seconds enough time for for absolute cloud cover? From a tiny little string cloud to complete cloud cover. You know what else is kind of interesting? The sun on her face seems to also not be consistent with that much cloud cover. I want Clark's opinion here. Clark spent a lot of time in that area. Is 6 seconds enough time for clouds to completely envelop the entire sky? But look at the sun on her face, though. Despite the cloud cover, there's a lot of sun on her. I don't know. Are we dealing with a Photoshop situation here? Phil says the exposure can have sun bright like that. I don't know, because look at the difference in the shadows on her arm and her shirt from her face. Because when you bump up exposure, yes, it'll make everything brighter, but it'll be flatter. You won't get those harsh shadows. Like look at the photo on the left without the cloud cover. Look at the shadows you're getting. You get it's the same, almost the same shadows on the photo on the right. Clark, what is the quickest? Is 6 seconds enough time for absolute cloud cover like that to come in? Is 6 seconds, is that even enough time for her to move? Like, so the bush that's on the right, it looks like she just moved to the other side of it, right? I mean, I don't know. I've never been up there, but is 6 seconds? She must have done that real quick. She must have moved to the other side of that bush so quick to even take the picture that fast, right? I mean, 6 seconds to get in a different position? Yes, the same camera. This is from the camera. We are not examining the cell phone photos. History Unleashed says maybe condensation issues messing with the dates. The dates, they seem to be consistent with each other. So I don't think so whatever the real time is, it seems like only one adjustment is necessary. The question is, what should the adjustment be? Because it doesn't match the time difference. You know, it's just based on the police saying they saw a non-existent wrist. They somehow made out the time, which even if they were wearing wristwatches, which they are not, how would you even be able to see the time on the wristwatch? The court of public opinion says there's something off with the way she's leaning in the second shot. Yeah, it looks a little weird, but I don't know. Clark says, I was an infantry radio operator, among other things, in the Panamanian jungle. I have a great deal of experience in this regard. In my opinion, yes, condensation does certainly occur, but if Ziploc... Clark, we need your opinion on, is 6 seconds... Okay, we have two issues here. Is 6 seconds enough for absolute cloud cover here? And is 6 seconds enough time for her to reset on the other side of the bush and take an immediate photo right after? I mean, 6 seconds is... That's kind of pushing it. That's a lot of time to restage on the other side of the bush, get set for another photograph. Alan says, it looks like the second photo is on a different side of the mountain. It might just be on a different side of that bush. You see that bush on the right with the red flowers? It's slightly different color due to the cloud cover change, but it looks like she might have, it's the same bush and she just moved to the other side of it. But it might take longer than 6 seconds to do that. Stage another pose and take the photo while all of these clouds just move overhead in 6 seconds. It would be less than 6 seconds, right? Because on the 6th second the photo was taken. So that means the clouds would have come in 5 seconds or less. Because they would have had to already be there for the 6th second. Oh, and her hair's on the other side of her head, yes. Also, but if she moved that quickly, I mean, I don't know. Clark says maybe 8 seconds. Wait, you're saying cloud cover can come in that fast in 8 seconds? But no, but it would be less than 6 seconds. Because by the time the photo was taken, the cloud cover is already there. So we're talking 5 seconds or less. And actually for her pose too, because on the 6th second the camera was taken, she wouldn't start taking the photo if she wasn't already in her pose. So we're actually talking about 5 seconds or less to restage. Probably closer to 4 seconds, because once the first photo is taken and she realizes it's taken, that would take a second. So then she only has 4 seconds to get in position, because by the 6th second, the photo's already been taken. So we're talking about 4 seconds or less. So Clark, what do you think? How quickly can cloud cover change that dramatically and drastically? Can it be done in 5 seconds or less? Has that ever happened in 5 seconds or less? Well, I don't think the image was flipped. Well, actually, maybe it was. Look at the bushes in the front, but the landscape, that mountain looks different in the background. That mountain looks different. Like, it has different points on it. But the bush, well, I mean, there could be so many similar bushes in the front. It's kind of hard to tell what the bush is. Clark says, it is possible that clouds can build up against the mountains. Moisture from Pacific Ocean can rapidly condense as it hits the mountain. There is brisk wind there. Okay, yeah, but how quickly? 5 seconds? Because we're not talking 6 seconds, because she's already in this position for the 6th second. So we're talking 5 seconds, possibly 4 seconds or less, because it would take her a second to realize that the photo had been taken, the previous photo. So she's gonna rapidly jump in position for the next photo in 4 seconds or less. The geography is different, but I think that's just because she's on the other side of the bush. Again, I haven't been there, but let's assume the geography's the same, just for the sake of argument. Like, let's assume not that it's the same, it's on the other side of the bush. So let's assume it's in the these photos can be taken based on geography. Let's talk just based on the cloud cover and the change in body position. We're talking 4 seconds or less, because it would take her a second to realize the photo was taken. The photo on the left. Now she has less than 4 seconds to get into the next position, because the 6th second, the photo is already being taken for the 6th second. So we're talking approximately 4 seconds for her to change position and for the cloud cover to change that quickly. So Clark, is it possible to have that cloud change in 4 seconds or less? So Clark says no way. Okay, so, you know, where are we going with this? We cannot trust these photos. I mean, even if there was no funny business with the time, I mean, just looking at these photos, we already know we can't trust them, even if there wasn't verified issues with the timestamps. But the cloud cover here seems... Oh, wow. Okay, so we got bigger problems here. Okay, so now there's 12 seconds for them to switch positions. I mean, that's still kind of quick. For her to walk to the camera, them to switch positions, walk back, take a pose. Now the cloud cover is consistent for these two, but then magically in 4 what? In 4 seconds, it's going to go back from cloudy to super sunny. Okay, Clark, we need your help here. So is it possible... and we're talking less than 4 seconds. Okay, we're talking less than 4... We're talking 2 seconds. Because in the photo on the left... she takes a pose. It's going to take a second to register. Now she moves to the next bush, I'm assuming. She walks slightly. In less than 4 seconds, she takes another pose. Why would they be rushing this quickly? If they're that tired, Why would they even be trying to move that fast to get the next photo? And here's a few minutes later with nobody in the photo. The sky looks different again. So we have less than here. This is even more shocking because for these timestamps to be correct, that would mean she moved, struck a different pose, and the cloud cover magically disappeared in closer to 2 seconds. Because by the time it's registered that the photo is taken, that's almost a full second, if not a full second. Then she would have to rush to the next position, get in the pose in less than 2 seconds, because by the 4th second, the photo is already being taken. Clark says, if you were standing on the continental divide, the Pacific side could build up, the Caribbean side could be much clearer. Yeah, but they don't have time to move positions. Because they're so wide, it's kind of hard to see them all. But, so this is the beginning. And here are these photos. Are these the photo? Okay. Yeah, there's some funny business here. Within the time frame of 2 minutes, the girls made a string of 8 photos on the summit of the Pianista. Sometimes there were only 6 or 8 seconds between shots. The photos are all taken on the east side of the summit, facing the east to the southeast. This older type of camera does not show you what is in your photo frame, so you need to aim it correctly. 6 seconds after a portrait photo of Lisanne was shot, 499... Photo 500 was taken at 13:01:44. Not only must they have taken sharp photos from different positions and spots in quick succession, the clouds also look different at times. The 2 photos of the girls stand out from the rest in that respect, showing this thickly clouded background. This is all more striking because these summit photos were taken within a 6-minute time frame, and these 2 specific photos within 6 seconds of one another. Near blue sky with a thin cloud on one and near covered clouds on the next. There was seemingly not much transition space left for the blue to drift gradually over in full clouds, but from what I read, it is not uncommon on this stretch of land to have dramatically different skies over the continental divide, which seems the most obvious explanation. And in this photo from the girls taken a couple days before their hike, you can also see compacted cloud masses above the mountain. Yeah, but the question is, do those cloud masses come and go within a matter of 2 to 4 seconds? So this is a few days prior. Yeah, you can see that, but we're not just talking about clouds. We're talking about how they were able to move their body in a new position and pose in 2 to 4 seconds. So it's not just the clouds here. I won't exclude the possibility that regardless of what we have been told are the official photo times, both photos were taken at completely different times, in fact. One during the ascent and one later when they may have returned there for a possible descent, in which case someone must have messed around with the photo numbering. This photo of KRIS is made around the same time. Yeah, that's an interesting point. So if they went up to the summit, went a little bit beyond, then returned to the summit, then returned to the trailhead. So they took photos at two different times. That would make a lot of sense, actually, if they're not photoshopped. So the timestamps are all wrong, and then this could kind of make sense. But according to the official narrative, these are the official timestamps. History Unleashed says those two together could suggest they were a bit anxious and nerves as they copied each other poses and did them fast. I'm arguing it's not humanly possible to move that quickly between poses because it's going to take a second to register that the photo was taken. Then she has less than 2 seconds to move her feet, assume a new pose, because by the 4th second, the next shot's already being recorded, taken. Court of Public Opinion says the skies won't change that drastically in 1 second. Clark says it's possible for the clouds to rapidly build and dissipate, especially with the wind, but the time frame is so wonky. Are some of these photos taken with a cell phone, some with a digital camera? It doesn't seem. No, they're all taken with the same digital camera. These are the timestamps from the digital camera. So yes, it actually seems very possible that on the screen here, the first and fourth photo are taken from their first ascent, and then the second and third photo are when they return to the area at a different time. I mean, who knows what was first or what was second, but I think it's safe to say we cannot trust these timestamps. Oh, Clark says someone else taking the photo. Okay. Hold on a second. That's... Okay. If someone else is taking the photo... Okay, but we're not just talking about them switching positions. Because it doesn't matter who's taking the photo. Because it's the same camera. Like, if there were two... I mean, even if there were two cameras, how fast would she have to shuffle over to the next spot? Because look at the bushes there. The bushes are different. She would have had to take at least several steps to get to the next spot and the next pose. Less than 2 seconds. The timestamps cannot be correct. So not only are the timestamps not correct, the order of the photos appears to not be correct. Both Lisanne and KRIS also have their hair tied back in some photos and loose and windswept in others. They must have rushed around to shoot all these photos in different spots with different hairstyles and all within minutes and seconds. Oh, yeah, she has her hair tied back in that one. Oh, yeah, okay. Huh. I mean, here it's a little bit more plausible though, because she has about a full minute here to change her to change her hair. But I mean, I don't know. Yeah, this is tough. This is really tough. What? I mean, this is crazy. There were also 9 photos taken with their smartphones on the summit between 1:14 and 1:15. What? 9 photos within a... I mean, I guess that's not that crazy, as long as each photo wasn't within 1 or 2 seconds. If they had a full 15... I mean, with both smartphones, 15, 20 seconds... I mean, a lot of rushed photos taken within little over 1 minute. So at this point, they were over 4.5 kilometers away from Boquete. So apparently 9.3 kilometers going up the Pianista until the Mirador summit, then back to Boquete again, takes a hiker 9.3 kilometers, around 5 hours, 40 minutes on average, depending on your speed and level of fitness. Local tour guides do it a lot faster, however, and can walk up the mountain in about an hour. Lisanne's brother Martin retraced his sister's steps later in a TV show, and it took him and a local guide 3 hours to climb the Pianista up to the summit. The girls reached the summit, by all accounts, in just less than 2 hours' time, making them fast walkers. Okay, who buys that? Less than 2 hours? So with a guide, it was 3 hours, and I'm assuming they're not taking all these pictures along the way. This timeline cannot be trusted. History Unleashed says, I am talking only about the 2 cloudy photos with similar hand gestures, more plausible to be grouped together because they copied each other's pose. You know what else is interesting? Supposedly there are no other photos of them giving thumbs up signs like this. And there's actually another guide. We'll get into this, but this is just some foreshadowing. Supposedly there's another guide who's known for having the hikers that he takes give thumbs up. Like, he tells them to give these double thumbs up because that's just his trademark. And supposedly there are no other photos of KRIS and Lisanne ever doing these gestures anywhere else. Not Guide F. A different guide has all of the people he takes up do double thumbs up. We'll be getting to that later. So some people allege they actually did have a guide, but I don't know. Or it could have been a different day, because again, we cannot trust any of these timestamps. I mean, some people are theorizing they actually took this trail the day before or much earlier in the day, possibly with a guide. But who knows? History Unleashed says, if they had a guide, then foul play. Duh. I'm not sure about that. If the timeline can't be trusted, they could have went up there with a guide, came back, somebody else harmed them. And we're going to get into the swimming hole issues and the overlaps there. But I think we've firmly established now that we cannot trust the timestamps. Just not plausible. And the official timeline, because how could they have done... So they're not the greatest hikers in the world. So how could they have gotten up there in less than 2 hours? Less than 2 hours while stopping and taking all these photos. And with one of them possibly having breathing issues. And not being acclimated to the altitude. So supposedly April 1st, 2014 did have sunny, dry weather, and the trail was easy to walk. Other fit hikers have managed to reach the summit within 2 hours, often in rainy and muddy conditions. So it is plausible for experienced really fit hikers to do it. Then they keep walking. Normally, tourists turn around at this lookout point at the top of the Pianista Trail to walk the same path back to Boquete again. These days, there are signs at the top placed there after the tragedy of KRIS and LISANNE, warning people not to walk further without a guide because there is more treacherous terrain ahead, but also a small waterfall. Based on police investigation into their computer use and online search history, we know that KRIS and LISANNE had researched the Pianista Trail prior to their hike. Please notice here the public prosecutor Pitti only decided to have the computers at the language school examined and to have a digital image of the hard disks and server created on April 29th. So 28 whopping days after KRIS and LISANNE disappeared. Panama America reported that, quote, an inspection of the computer of one of the Dutch women made by the authorities of that country showed that hours before her disappearance, they were looking for information on the internet about the El Pianista Trail. And Dutch digital newspaper RTL News also reported that LISANNE Froon and KRIS KREMERS searched on April 1st for info on how to enter the trail, its extension, and the conditions of the trail, of the terrain. The information that most caught the attention of the young woman was apparently that there were 3 sections of the trail that could be covered in 3 hours, 2 hours, and an hour and a half, the newspaper added. The language school also had a copy of Lonely Planet in which they read the information that it was necessary to turn around and walk back to return to Boquete. Language school staff member Marjolaine also told them explicitly on Sunday, March 30th, that they had to turn around on the Mirador and had to walk back down again if they ever choose to walk the Pianista Trail. So that's curious, because some people are saying that they didn't know, they thought it was some kind of weird loop, and they didn't know they had to just turn back. But apparently, so this person could be lying at the language school just to cover themselves. But apparently, I don't know if they did check the Lonely Planet, and it says on whatever they searched on the computer that you do have to turn back. So they knew full well about that. Clark says, so if they set off afternoon, they arrived at the summit at 2 to 3. Well, supposedly it was 1, according to the official timeline. Gotta think about it. Seems to me the more overcast pics would be later in the afternoon. It tends to get more overcast. Yeah, maybe those are on the way back. So continuing here, though, perhaps they reckoned while on the summit that afternoon of April 1st that they still had time to walk on towards this waterfall. And so here's a waterfall. Let's look at. Some people think this is where some of the night photos were taken. But again, based on the map here, let me bring up the map with the waterfall location. There's a few different secret waterfalls, etc. Okay, 2014. Let me get this other map on here. I don't know if I've shown this particular map before, but it has the location of the waterfall. And again, we can see all these homes around the area. But there's a small waterfall here, not too far from the summit, according to the Mirador. It's actually, well, it's a little bit past the Mirador here. But again, still close to the main trail. A lot of crisscrossing trails, locals, a lot of homes in the area. Okay. So this... So image 507 and 508 would be beyond the Mirador. Which, I mean, we're going to get to that in a second. But this is just so everyone can see where this waterfall is beyond. There's also a few other waterfalls, but supposedly this is the known one that they searched. And their parents also searched there. Chris's parents went here too, as well as other searchers, but not initially, not within the first day or two. So there are signs at the top warning people not to walk further without a guide because there is more treacherous terrain ahead, but also a small waterfall. Based on police investigation into their computer use and online search history, we know that KRIS and LISANNE had researched the Pianista Trail prior to their hike. Please notice here... Okay, I already went over this. They were looking... Okay. Perhaps they reckoned while on the summit they still had time to walk towards this waterfall. This is an assumption because we don't know why they didn't just turn around to return to Boquete the same way they came. We can only see the photos they kept taking showing that they wandered onto what is called the Caribbean descent. Not that walking on was some sort of abnormality or risky business, by the way, despite what the Panamanian press wanted the world to believe shortly after the disappearance case. Only after this drama did the narrative start that you risk your life if you keep walking from the summit. But in reality, the trail had been used for decades, centuries in fact, by locals and their cattle and tourists alike, leading to some local beauty spots from the Quebrada Gully tunnels to natural streams and a small waterfall to cable bridges. It is a normal continuation of the trail that leads to the Mirador, which is simply the summit, and the streams further down are where you collect fresh water. But it was not the way back to Boquete, but instead a road further away from it. This explorer and writer actually walked the same Pianista Trail after learning about the disappearance from KRIS and LISANNE, and he wrote about the situation at the Mirador summit. Quote, "Finally, the Mirador was reached, very obvious by all the food wrappers left about by the previous searchers. It had taken exactly 2 hours to reach this point without stopping all the way from the restaurant." Keep in mind, these girls, not super expert experienced hikers, and stopping to take photos along the way. And leisurely, too. If you look at the photos on their way, I mean, they're looks like they're not really trying to make good time at all. Could they have become turned around thinking that the direction towards Boquete was in fact towards Changuinola to the north? It seemed really unlikely, as the Mirador had the section with the view to Boquete cut back on the right-hand side, with few trees rising above the path level. Yet to the north it remained thickly wooded. Even in the thick cloud it seemed unlikely, but of course not impossible. It looks like... So, okay, Clark, were you up? By the way, Clark, were you at that summit? Did you ever hike this trail? Court of Public Opinion says very safe trail. I mean, it appears to be. I mean, it's not like other people have gotten lost and not found, or there's like tremendous amounts of injuries and deaths on this trail. There aren't. So that's what makes this all very curious. History Unleashed said, could they returned alone hiking, but if reputable local guide and not local armchair or tourist going with them, this should be easy to confirm. Why I say no professional guide would stay silent? Well, it depends. Those are local guides. So if there's some kind of local corruption or protecting other family members, they would stay silent. Or if they were simply terrified, right? Even if they weren't directly involved, they might be too terrified to confirm that. But it appears you can see the path back to Bouquet from the Mirador. And based on everything they read, it seems like they would have known all of this. And again, this trail is not, I mean, other people are constantly going on it, as well as nearby local trails. Let's look at a different map here. Here's a map with the photos. So, the start of the trail. They're taking all these photos here. Look how leisurely they are. They're stopping, taking photos. And then there's the summit. And then there are a few photos beyond the Mirador where they continue going down the trail here. So apparently the last place the girls were officially witnessed were before they got to the Mirador, before they got to the summit. Although there is one account of a guide with people who say they saw them at the summit. I'll be getting into that later. But continuing the ride up here, it looks like KRIS and LISANNE also pictured Bouquet laying behind them in the background on the photo they took at the summit. So this is, again, who knows how legitimate this all is, but if these photos are legitimate, they took a picture of Bouquet, and you could see it here in the background. So they clearly would know which way it was while they were on the summit. Now, if they got turned around later, but for the people who say they didn't know which way to go at the summit, it appears that they would have known which way to go while they were on the summit. So, okay, let's continue here. So this is the last okay, wow, okay. So apparently this was the last photo they took with the digital Canon camera while on the Mirador. 1:06 p.m. But they continued taking more photos on the summit with their mobile phone after that. LISANNE's Samsung phone recorded the times of 1:14 and 1:15 for the wait, hold on a second. Okay, so we don't know the times of the digital camera, but apparently their phones were time-stamped 1:14, 1:15 p.m. So it's possible that some of these lined up. They took multiple pictures of Bouquet in the distance behind them. Also, at least one with the smartphone. So we can determine that Bouquet and the surroundings faces the south and the southeast, and the trail that goes beyond the summit faces the north. Considering that the trail continues in a more or less straight line, I personally do not believe that these girls ever believed that the ongoing trail allowed them to loop or to eventually see Bouquet looming in front of them again if they kept walking on to the north. A theory that has been suggested at times by people following this case online. Not only had language staff school member Marjolaine informed them beforehand that they had to turn around, but unless you are in a very disorienting uniform stretch of nature, such as dense woods or plain desert terrain, it is not that easy to become so disoriented that you forget that the way home is laying straight behind you, especially if you just saw it moments prior. So that's all a good point. That's all a good point, because originally when reading this, without looking at all of the evidence here, without looking at the photos they took, it did seem possible that they might have gotten disoriented, but it appears at this stage, based on their searches on the internet, and regardless of whether the school member is lying or not, it seemed like they, just standing on there and they're literally, if you believe the photos are theirs on the camera, they took a photo of Bouquet. So they knew exactly that it was in the opposite direction of where they were walking. The court of public opinion asks, was this all done through their college, like a study abroad thing? No, this was a vacation, like a graduation present vacation type of thing, where they saved money just to go and they wanted to work with kids and help kids. Make sure you check out episode 1. Yeah, court of public opinion. The parents said you couldn't get lost if you tried. They took the same trail. Yeah, I saw that. I actually had a whole video of the trail here in episode 1. Clark says, I have hiked some trails around Bouquet. Also, my in-laws bought property in the Pasture area, and I have walked around there, but I can't say for sure. History says, seems well-traveled trail systems by tourists. You have said, then maybe throw a package that would include a local guide. Was it their first trip to the area? It was their first trip there, and they apparently booked a guide. You know what's weird, though? You know what else is kind of weird? When you look at the image of their bedroom, which it kind of looks like they came back. I mean, just at first glance. Obviously, I don't know that. I'm not claiming that's true. I'm just saying, if you're asking me for an impression here, looking at the photos here, it looks like they came back. And on the bed here, you can see, and for those that don't know, Guide F actually searched their bedroom, but they left like a little brochure here for Guide F, and he claims they booked a tour with him. But they never showed up. Now, is it possible they actually went with a different guide? Because the different guide was cheaper? A guide who has never come forward? The guide that makes all, or not makes, but has or suggests everybody put thumbs up signs at the summit? Court of public opinion says a knockoff guide. Well, the guide that has everybody do thumbs up, he's a real guy. He's a legit guide in the area. There's not that many of them, but no, he's a well-known legit guide. Or if it wasn't him, oh, you know what's crazy? If it was a fake guide, it was, since the other guide is well-known, they knew the other guide has everybody do the thumbs up, so they wanted to incriminate the other guide. Because, yeah, wow. If this particular guide was responsible in some way. Rockstar of Redondo says the trail is like a hallway, no way to accidentally go off edge. Well, unless you really hike off into the weeds, at certain points there are places where you can do that, but I mean, there's also these monkey bridges which are quite sketchy. But again, I mean, could they have made it that far, that fast? It seems like they could not have. So yeah, it's pretty much a straight line trail from the Mirador. I mean, look at that. I mean, this is quite the straight line. I mean, how are you going to get lost? court of public opinion says the girls don't look like they were ready for any more than a safe and casual walk. Yeah, especially when you consider like how safe the trail is, how few incidents there were. I mean, even violent incidents. There was like one armed robbery, you know, one or two assaults over a period of decades. I mean, this is a really safe area. And they clearly knew where they were supposedly at the summit, like just based on the available information. If these photos, regardless of timestamps, if these photos were taken by them, if they used the computer. I mean, this is tough. And again, the first impressions of the parents. Like, I put, you know, you got to really, what are the parents' intuition? Now, yeah, sometimes they're wrong, but to just immediately assume that the parents' intuition can't be correct, I mean, that's kind of silly. But continuing with the Kudakas blog, I personally do not believe the girls ever believed that the ongoing trail allowed them to loop or to event. Yeah, I mean, especially when the trail is that straight, after a certain period of time, you're going to realize, okay, this is not looping back. Or if it does loop back at some point, it's so far ahead, we don't have time for that. Especially if one of them is not feeling well. And by that point, they'd be really exhausted too. Like, how far are you going to walk in a straight line before you realize it's not looping back? Or even if you know it's not looping back and you're looking for a waterfall, at a certain point, if you don't find it, I mean, you're not going to hike the whole day for it. You know, you're just going to turn back. Okay, so it is also not that easy to become disoriented that you forget that the way home is laying straight behind you. We all have a built-in sense of direction, and granted, some have a better or lesser developed sense for this, but given that Lisanne or KRIS took an actual photo of Bouquet laying down there behind them, there is simply no evidence or indication that they believed the trail would somehow loop back home. They would also have seen on this clear sunny day that ahead of them was nothing but nature. No villages, no civilization. Lisanne even checked Google Maps at this point, standing on the summit, allegedly, if we can trust this information. Earlier that day, she activated Google Maps on her cell phone at 10:16 a.m. A summit, which being the highest point in the area, could also act as a trail marker of sorts. It seems most likely that they kept following the trail north because it was a glorious day and not that late yet, and because there was more nature to be seen ahead. The last photos. So by the time they were done taking summit selfies, the girls did not return to Bouquet as advised. Instead, they continued to walk on past the summit. Photo image 505. And this is actually another image that some people think is highly suspicious in some way. I mean, it does appear to be kind of suspicious, but... So, photo 505 here. I mean, this is an interesting way to pose. I mean, on a hike, are you really going to have your hands behind you like that? I mean, she doesn't seem upset here. I mean, is she sticking her tongue out there? Again, these photos could all be out of order as well. Yeah, she does not seem upset. She's sticking her tongue out here, but why are her arms behind her back like that, kind of unnaturally? Here's another image here. Like, a lot of these sections really do seem impossible to get off the trail. I mean, obviously, it depends on exactly where you go. But for certain portions of the trail, it is kind of like a tunnel here. You'd have to climb pretty high to get off the trail. And again, it is pretty straight. I mean, there aren't these huge winding turns. I mean, slight turns, but pretty straight trail. So I don't think you'd get that disoriented. Not at this point in time, anyway. What does everybody think of this pose? Especially with uneven footing, would you have your arms behind your back like that? I can't tell if that's her left arm or if that's part of the background there. It might be her left arm, but why would she have her right arm so unnaturally behind her like that? Some people think that her arms were tied behind her back, but why would she be sticking her tongue out like that? Oh, History Unleashed. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Playing around, maybe acting out something that they were talking about. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we have no idea what they were talking or joking about. But in general, on on uneven footing, you're not going to put your arms behind you. You're going to have them out to the sides in front of you to balance. Clark Rice said they looked very unprepared, especially in regards to water. Yeah, that's true. I think they would have turned around here, not keep going. So this is photo 505. Here's a helpful timeline of all the photos here on an imperfect plan. They have it laid out this way. We'll take a quick look, then go back to the write-up. So, from the start point and the times regarding the photos. So they have cell phone photos at the Mirador as well. Then they go a little beyond. Then notice where the first 112 call, the first emergency call is. I mean, that's a huge gap for a lot to happen, right? And for these non-expert hikers, stopping and taking all these photos in a leisurely fashion, they made it to the top just incredibly quickly. I mean, that's a big window. 1 hour, 40 minutes to 3 hours. So theoretically, based on their fitness levels and how leisurely they were in the photos, you would think they would be closer to the 3 hour mark, not the super fit experience mark. And we'll go over the witness statements shortly. Let's just finish up with this for the timeline. But okay, so it shows KRIS bent in a specific way with one hand used to shield her eyes looking back. She seems to stick her tongue out. The picture was taken after they walked straight on beyond the summit, following the trail downwards again, further into the tropical forest. It was taken at 1:20 p.m. 5:06 was taken 6 seconds afterwards. I don't know about these times. I mean, to just take photos that quickly. Unless, if they were on edge and they thought they were being followed, it doesn't appear that way from her sticking her tongue out like that. I mean, is it possible she was distressed and exhausted? And that's not a smile but a grimace? I mean, I don't know. But if they were on edge and they thought somebody was following them, did they hear something? And then that's why they're taking like this photo so quickly after? Like they turned around or wherever it is, they thought something made a noise and they wanted to take a photo of it? This was 6 seconds after, if these timestamps are correct. And here's the full photo, by the way. Just for more context. Let's get... So you see, like, yeah, you're not really going off trail here, but like 6 seconds after this, like, is this in the opposite? Is this facing the opposite direction, or is this beyond where she is? So the photo on the left is taken 6 seconds after the photo on the right. It almost looks like it's pointed the opposite direction. Why would you take a photo that quickly? It appears to show the infamous wall of moss just behind the summit. At 1:38 p.m., the GSM network connection of their mobile phones was cut off as they had ventured too far from the summit. And that's another thing too. If they're looking at, if they notice that on their phones, like, how much further would they keep going? I mean, it almost looks like she's just super thirsty. Sticking her tongue out like that? I don't know. From a distance, it looks a little bit more ominous. She doesn't look that happy from a distance, but when you zoom in, I don't know. So, image 507. This is the next one taken. Image 507 shows KRIS crossing a small stream seen from the back again at 1:54 and 50 seconds. The back of her jean shorts show a mud stain. That's, I mean, is that a mud stain? Maybe she sat on a rock or something. But clearly her arms are not bound in this photo. Again, we really can't trust the timestamps or the order, but just keeping that in mind. Authors Hardingus and Nenner possess the case files and the normal-sized photocopies and claim that, quote, there is also a small hole in her jeans. This could be of interest given the jean shorts was eventually found by rescuers with similar damage to it. And we'll be examining whether the jeans that were found were hers or not. If the authors are correct, this damage may have already been made by KRIS before photo 507 was taken and not be in any indication of what may have happened after their disappearance. I'm not sure about that. Here, I'll put the image of the shorts up. They definitely don't look the same. Let's say they're the same shorts, but they don't look like this. They have the same amount of damage. So, one of the points of contention are the metal studs that do not appear. So these might not be her shorts, but according to the official narrative, they are. But they're kind of beat up. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we'll compare the shorts again later. Someone commented about the shorts as well. I don't know about them having equal damage. I mean, they look really beat up here. Like, these shorts look like they really could have been in a river for a while. But, I mean, I don't know. Still not that many, not like super huge tears or anything. History Unleashed says it's very closed in there, like between solid rocks, dangerous if alone. That's a good point. Could be cornered. I mean, if they're coming from behind you, that would motivate people to move quicker away from where you need to get home if you're scared. Clark says, so slippery, wouldn't surprise me to slip on butt, happens a lot off trail. Yeah. Court of Public Opinion asks, not the same shorts, not the same backpack. The backpack appears to be the same model, but the backpack is a known model. So however, the shorts do not appear to be the same. We're going to get into that a little later. I want to go in order here. So, okay. This is the last known photo taken by the girls that day. However, strangely enough, there are two versions of 508. One shows in its metadata that it was taken 8 seconds after 507. Oh, wait a second. I didn't put 508 on the screen. So it was taken 8 seconds. So, again, I don't see how these time frames are so possible to take this amount of, like, these types of photos. That, I mean, the vantage point is different too. So this is the last known photo. So this is the one where people claim she has a very concerned look on her face. It could just be exhaustion, though. And again, if they're that exhausted, which they would be by this point, I mean, why wouldn't they turn back? So this is the last known photo, supposedly taken 8 seconds after the previous one. 8 seconds? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. So apparently the metadata shows that it was but another version of the same photo circulating in online media and such states that the last photo of Kris looking backwards was taken 50 seconds before the previous photo. Okay, of course, with her general direction of movement being forward and not backwards, this makes no sense. It is strange that two different versions circulate. So a photo specialist explains that he thinks that he can link it to photo manipulation. And there's a whole bunch of different photo experts doing a whole bunch of different things here. So far, this is a subjective explanation of events, but interesting nonetheless. The fact that no more daytime photos were taken April 1st could implicate either that they kept walking and that something unexpected happened, which prevented them from taking any more photos on the trail leading deeper into the forest. Or it is also possible that they returned at this point back to the summit of the mountain and they did not feel like taking more photos of the same scenery they had already seen. Or they did, and those are the cloudy photos. They had already taken pictures of the same route. After all, the girls could have probably only needed approximately 1 hour or less to walk from the location of photo 508, the first quebrada stream, back to the summit. And to then walk further downhill back down to Boquete would have probably taken them 1 to 1.5 hours if they were very slow at most. They could have been back at the trailhead by 3:30 or 4 p.m. with the sun setting at around 6:40 p.m. that day. Depending on their location beyond the Mirador, Kris and Lisanne would have had to return at the latest at 4 p.m. in order to make it home before dark. Although that would have been already tight. And at 3 p.m. would have been a better time, in fact. It is one theory that the girls kept walking after reaching the summit around 1:15 p.m., but panicked by 4:39 p.m. If they had indeed kept walking on for all that time, they would never make it back to Boquete before dark then. I mean, that's a good point. Like, why would they have just kept walking? More theories will follow. Okay. Okay. Analyzing the last photo. So this is what we're going to do now. I mean, anybody have any thoughts on the timeline? Because, I mean, yeah, they might not be the most experienced hikers ever, but they're not stupid. I mean, they've been traveling for weeks and, I mean, they have basic common sense. I mean, it's like they don't want to be out there in the dark. I mean, that much is known, right? I mean, nobody's arguing that. I mean, this photo, she looks a little bit concerned. I mean, I see some exhaustion, but this looks like concern to me. Now, concern about what, I'm not sure. If somebody else is there with them, it almost looks like she's looking at them like she doesn't trust them, right? Like, what is the impression everybody's getting? It looks like she's looking at someone actually slightly past the camera person, right? Like, slightly to the right of the camera person. And it looks like she does not trust this individual. That's just the impression I'm getting from this. I mean, again, with the mix of exhaustion, it's kind of hard to tell, right? Like, if this was at the beginning of the hike and she wasn't tired, I would be a lot more confident in that determination. But given that they've been hiking for hours, that can throw off some of these facial expressions. It also looks like she's not looking directly at the camera person, but slightly to the right of the camera person. Does it look like she looks lost? Maybe. Maybe that's part of the concern. If it's really just the two of them and they're lost and unsure of which direction to go, but that's kind of hard, right? I mean, there's one trail here. I mean, are they really going to venture off into the thick jungle off the trail? It almost seems like somebody else is with them and that she just does not trust this individual. Clark says she was probably like, let's turn around, and the other one was like, a little further. Lack of trust could be related to decision on when and where to turn around. Maybe. Maybe. The only thing regarding that, I will say this. So, I mean, Lisanne was the one. Was Lisanne with the one with the asthma? Let me double check that. Yeah, so supposedly Lisanne was the one with the asthma, and this is KRIS in the photo here. So why would KRIS be... Because Lisanne would be the one who would want to go back, right? If she's got the asthma breathing issues. So why would KRIS be... Because if KRIS is the one pushing forward... And Lisanne, I mean, is she really just upset with Lisanne that she doesn't want to keep going? That doesn't look like that to me. If KRIS was the one with the asthma, and Lisanne was the one pushing them forward, then this theory could make sense that KRIS wouldn't be, she would just be, there'd be lack of trust or whatever. She wouldn't be confident in this decision to keep going, but it's vice versa. So that doesn't really make sense. Do you really think they were going to ditch each other after this many hours of hiking? I mean, at the beginning, yes, there might have been pressure to go on the hike, to make it to the summit, even maybe to go a little further. But at this point, I mean, they would both be exhausted. Phil says, it's surely a less enthusiastic mindset compared to the earlier images. She is looking at the camera. The other worry shot, she was looking off camera. To me, it looks like she's looking a little bit to the right of the camera person. Court of Public Opinion says they just know it's going to be dark soon and want to get back. So is it possible they're with another party that is pushing them to continue going? Like saying, oh, there's a cool secret waterfall that nobody knows about if this is a local. They don't want to keep going, but this individual is telling them to keep going. So this is the last known photo. Okay, a gully or ravine which you can walk through in the dry season, but in the rainy season they can be knee-deep covered in mud. The term can also be used confusingly to describe a small stream of water. The photos also show what is said to be a barranca, a gully or ravine but with steeper sides and also treacherous in the rainy season. On the photo of KRIS crossing the small stream, the main trail she follows leads to the earlier mentioned small waterfall. They never pictured it, however. The girls no longer made smiling selfies at this point, but instead someone, assuming it was Lisanne, took photos of KRIS walking some distance in front. KRIS looks back and her facial expression has been called slightly worried by some, although this is open for interpretation. The camera point is quite high, indicating that Lisanne may have climbed up onto something perhaps, or that the road itself was making a descent towards the creek, something I couldn't verify in the videos featuring this stretch of the track. Here's another point too. If someone is with them, possibly coercing them, is Lisanne making it look like everything's all fine and dandy by pretending to take these pictures as if everything is fine when it's not? Trying to document how far they're being marched into the jungle on the trail, just in case somebody finds the camera. I mean, who knows if, who knows what's going on here, and then who's ever with them, maybe they suspect that's what they're doing, so they don't allow them to take any photos after this, because if they really reach the waterfall. Now, some people are saying they had an accident between this point and the waterfall or something. But again, why not document anything with the camera? I mean, it's kind of weird. Unless that was all manipulated, but then why would it have been manipulated? There was somebody else would have had to have been there with them. History Unleashed also says, I always took photos of the guides. I mean, most people do. And is that what was removed? So what happened then? The question everybody is asking now, what could have happened to the girls after photo 508 was taken? Their photos also, if there's that much manipulation, is it possible other photos were deleted and it just didn't show up as deleted, or it was covered up? Like it is showed as deleted, but they never released that information. Their photos show that they left the Pianista Trail, crossed over to the other side of the divide. The Pianista Trail is a clear path, but once you walk on, paths eventually become small trails, poorly maintained, and the forest closes in. But not unless you walk on for a very long time. Initially, the ongoing path is clear to follow and partly surrounded by stone walls that make it nearly impossible to unknowingly divert from this one and ongoing trail. You cross a small stream twice, the second time also passing a very small waterfall of sorts. These trails are said to be used mostly by locals, tourists, and indigenous people living within the forest. Some walk their cattle there. Others use the trails to walk to their coffee plantations. Again, any cries for help over a sustained period, especially days, I mean, there's so many people walking there, routinely. It's strange. This includes the Nagobi people, whose village is approximately 12 hours by foot from the Continental Divide and in whose territory the girl's backpack was found. But despite this clear to follow trail going on for a long time after El Mirador, it is a frightening thought that the girls were in distress relatively shortly after they crossed onto this side of the mountain, that they started to call emergency services so soon while it was still light out. And they called those emergency services in vain. The reason why they started calling 112 has never been discovered. Some people think they called for help because they thought they were lost, or because one of them had an injury. But being born and bred in the Netherlands myself, I like to stress that's something that's a Dutch fact of sorts. Every child is thoroughly made aware by their parents and by the state that one does not call 112 for anything short of an immediate life-threatening situation. Think of heart attacks, critical car accidents, and being threatened by someone with a gun. You can get punished for abusing the number, and even in actual life-threatening situations, many people are hesitant to call 112, unsure if their issue is serious enough. I am extremely wary, therefore, of the theory that KRIS and LISANNE would have called that Dutch number by 4:39 p.m., when it was still light, simply for fearing they could not make it back home in time or felt lost. That is usually not a good enough reason to call 112 in our country. LISANNE had activated Google Maps on her phone, but instead of checking it, which can be done offline, she closed Google Maps on the Mirador. Why didn't she look at it when feeling lost? Even when offline, it would have identified their location on the map and given a general indication of where Boquete was situated. That's actually an excellent point. That's an excellent point. So, the first call... So here we have this timeline here of the images and the call. So the first call here was 4:39 p.m. Several hours after this last call. And then there's also the deleted image, which nobody knows anything about. I mean, I think it's safe to say the deleted image holds the key to the case, right? Why would it be deleted? I mean, think about what level of coincidence theorist you have to be. Like, how much of a goof coincidence theorist would you have to be to think that this critically deleted image between the last known photo and the first emergency call is not relevant? I mean, the level of goofery. I mean, there are actual goofs arguing that. Like, look, maybe it's not related, but to think definitively that it's not, that's crazy. Yeah, approximately 2 hours before sunset. I mean, I don't know if you could have sunset to the minute, because that would depend on where in the mountains you are, but yeah. This is tough. I mean, that's why this case is so perplexing and haunting. I mean, it seems clear that something really bad happened here. Like, something ominous happened here. Something bad happened here, and none of the evidence lines up. None of it. So yeah, why wouldn't they just check the phone in Google Maps? I mean, that's kind of weird. Continuing with the blog post here, others think that the reason why KRIS and LISANNE started calling emergency services shortly after 4:30 p.m. was because they were followed by someone who forced them deeper into the woods. I refer here to some of the forums, comment sections, and online discussion places I follow. Because if they had been lost at that point, which seems quite difficult to achieve given the one embedded trail that is followed, and the density of forest growth off trail, then the obvious and most logical thing for them to do would have simply been to turn around and backtrack. Earlier that day, LISANNE had activated Google Maps on her phone, but instead of checking it, which can be done offline, she closed Google Maps on the Mirador. Why didn't she open it back up when feeling lost? Again, can it be verified that that was her action that closed Google Maps? It would have identified their location on the map and given a general indication of where Boquete was situated. There was one clear path to follow, and no clear reason for leaving it: to battle through thick growth while wearing shorts. So why didn't they? Did the narrow passages near the summit scare them, and they did not want to turn around to pass through them another time? I don't buy that theory. Not that they aren't scary. Here's another image. This is not one of their images, but this is just another image here. Well, that was the other thing I brought up. If someone was behind them and they were that scared that they didn't want to go back, like, they had to have a really good reason to try to not go back. I mean, is it really that scary, though? Like, if nobody's there? I mean, yes, obviously, especially if you're alone. But I mean, you gotta go back. You gotta go back home, right? What are you gonna do? Not go back home just because they're scary looking and it's getting dark? Well, supposedly 509 would be taken after 508. So it would be taken after. So it would be taken after. I don't know. Because if the other photos are taken at night, I mean, according to this, it would have been taken in between the 508 and the 9 and the emergency call. Clark, are you asking if it could have been taken after the emergency call? I suppose it could have been. I don't know why it's laid out this way. But then the camera wasn't used again until the night photos, which they may not have even been taking them. They might not be the ones taking those photos. Clark says, very possible that they ran into local foot traffic who seized the opportunity to ambush them. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. My impression is something was going on before that, but who knows? I mean, Yeah, I suppose we don't know that, Clark. Because the night photos that were released, I believe the first one was 542. So we don't know that information. Okay, hold on, we do. So photo 510 was taken April 8th. So it is not known. No, so the next group is the 510 and onward, which were taken April 8th. So these are the night photos. So it's in between the two groups. So it is not known. It's not known. For whatever reason, it's listed here as being the last one of the first group. but I don't know if that can be definitively determined because it was deleted. So they don't have the data for it. So they don't know whether it was April 1st or anywhere between April 1st and April 8th. But according to Imperfect Plan, it was done a ton of research on the case. In this graphic, for whatever reason, he has it listed as in between the last photo between 5:08 and the emergency call. But that might not be true. I mean, that's a good point. So, quite a number of images have not been released to the public as well. So that's a problem. Also, this emergency call, it might be off by 1 hour. Again, we don't really know. So theoretically, it could have been 5:39 p.m. or possibly even 3:39 p.m. Yeah, it seems weird that they would just continue on the path given how much little time they had to go back. So for whatever reason, yeah, I guess it's not known. But isn't it strange that the photo that's deleted is after the last known photo that they took? I mean, does anybody find that strange? Like the coincidence theorists, I mean, to write that off. Like if a photo was deleted in the middle of either of those streams, like if it was deleted in the middle of their known taken photographs, that would still be weird because who knows what that could reveal. But it would be less weird. But the photo is deleted after the last known photo. Clark Rice says, why withhold some of the photos graphic in nature? Supposedly, no. Supposedly, they were described as photos that are similar with these, like more selfie-style photos, walking-type photos, nothing out of the ordinary. That's what has been claimed. History Unleashed said exactly at the end it could have been someone else around. And people who hike these trails, they actually say they do see people like deep, and they see and hear people deep in the brush on like some of these other smaller trails that nobody knows about, and it can be scary. Some of them actually say they actively avoided being photographed for whatever reason. Other theories are that there's some kind of drug traffic. This is a drug corridor. Clark, do you want to comment on that? But going back to the write-up here, did the narrow passages near the summit scare them? They did not want to turn around to pass them another time, perhaps? There was also no photos found of anything that could have explained the emergency calls. No photos of an injury, of a strange person, or of them being lost in hostile territory away from the main trail. The photos simply stopped. So another theory, if they did get to this other waterfall, like if see, the problem is, why didn't they take... Okay, so maybe they did take more pictures. They were deleted. Or they just used their photos because they were tired. Like, if they put the camera back in the backpack, could they have been that tired they didn't want to take the camera back out? And there's unreleased photos from their cell phones at the waterfall. Now, what if they forgot something at the waterfall? So then they had to turn back to go get it. But what could they possibly have forgotten? It's not like they're carrying that. They have one backpack. So I don't know. Some people are theorizing they might have forgotten something, which is why they turned back despite the time to go get it. I mean, what could they have possibly forgotten? Their phone? I mean, how could they... I don't know. But just another thought, if they had forgotten something that might have stretched their timeline beyond what they had planned. Oh, wow. Clark dropping some bombs here. If waylaid on the trail, they might have taken a photo of an assailant and then been ordered at gunpoint to delete it during the encounter. There are people out there. Not so much narco trafficking over land here. Of course, dudes got them. Court of Public Opinion says, wow, I've just been thinking that too, that they left something behind. To leave something behind and then notice that you left it behind at a certain point and be willing to I mean, if they have one backpack, like, what are they leaving behind? I don't know. I mean, if they had carried, like, if both of them had their backpacks and maybe like an extra purse or two and a plastic bag with stuff, I mean, it just seems kind of weird. I mean, maybe, but it still doesn't really add up. And what's up with the deleted photo? I mean, there's just something not right here. So, continuing on here, and another thing, they also didn't use the digital camera's video option. People have said that they may not have wanted to let their relatives know what was going on, but that would be a very stark contrast with their usual behavior. The girls shared their adventures with their parents and were in daily contact with them while in Panama. Why couldn't they have simply kept taking photos after their first call attempts to document what was happening to them? Other people argue they probably wanted to spare the phone's batteries, which makes sense considering how vital those emergency calls were, but the digital camera didn't have that battery issue, as its battery is sturdy and long-lasting. And it also enabled them to record videos. When investigator checked its battery 10 weeks later, it still wasn't dead. So one would assume that in a situation of panic or danger, it was much easier to make a video recording or take some pictures. If they truly got lost, photos or videos could also serve as a vital reminder of the trail they came from, helping to document landmarks and so on, so why didn't they? Here's the other thing, too. If they really got lost, like some people were saying the night photos were them trying to, get light from the camera to see where they were going. Why wouldn't they have done that night one? It doesn't make any sense. The girls were said to have been avid mobile phone users and eager to stay in touch with their family. They also took photos every single day of their holiday, often several dozens. Like most young people do these days, makes you wonder why they did not create a single normal selfie, photo, or message about what happened to them during the entire 11 plus days of their disappearance. Wouldn't they want to get a message out or document their journey ordeal? They wrote in their diaries most days normally. Chris had a boyfriend in the Netherlands but didn't try to contact him even once through messaging or phone after April 1st. Very strange. This, okay, a young woman from New Zealand, for instance, fell in the desert of the U.S. and broke her hip. Her phone had no cell coverage, and she thought for days that she would die there. She said, quote, I was filming little videos from the moment I fell, just in case anyone found me to explain what happened. I haven't watched them yet. After she was found and saved, I'm unsure whether I want to. So, this was supposedly a well-covered case. I haven't heard of this. A New Zealand woman who fell in a U.S. desert broke her hip. Robert Scott, to name just one of many other examples, was stuck in his tent in a snowstorm in Antarctica in 1912. Knowing he would not make it out alive, he used his last powers to write letters to loved ones and last lines in his diary. Leaving some message or some update of what is going on can work very soothing for most people. Many people do. So the fact that KRIS and LISANNE didn't record anything or leave a single message for their beloved parents while normally in the habit of doing so is out of character. The question is, did they opt not to do so because they were physically or mentally unable to, or because they didn't have the freedom to do so? If you want to consider foul play a possible factor in this disappearance, then it isn't far-fetched to imagine how anyone can make fake phone call attempts in a region where not even your GPS location is establishable, let alone a phone connection. But a third party cannot fake someone else's voice messages and personal videos, and can neither fake Dutch draft text messages. That's an interesting point. I mean, I'm sure, like, with all the deep fake and AI stuff, they probably could, even back in 2014, but I mean, it'd have to be high level. Now, today, it'd be easier, but you still might not want to because it could still be traced. But simply calling emergency, like, obviously you have no idea who's using that phone. Phil asks, not sure if this was covered, but is there any history of any missing or foul play in that area or even around that area? Within, what was it, 70 miles or so? Yes, quite a bit. On that exact trail, no. It's considered extremely safe and definitely not of tourists, because all the foul play and like other bones found in the areas, that's all locals. Apparently, there was one case of armed robbery, a few cases of groping and assault. I mean, we're talking across decades. There was one male tourist missing, and it's a very strange case. It is supposedly he went missing from the trail, but it's actually not known. He might have went missing from somewhere else, just like these girls, if they really did make it home first. But no, it is considered an extremely safe hike, just given the amount of people, including solo female travelers, that hike that area. And even take guides with Guide F. And even stay at Guide F's home. They even rent a room in Guide F's home, and apparently no issues. But outside of the immediate area, like the entire county is considered not safe. I think it's the second most dangerous, but not that specific area for tourists. For tourists, it's considered extremely safe. Oh, well, so, okay, History Unleashed said if they felt concerned enough to call for help a bit later, I just don't think they would have chanced it to turn back unless it's passports or a phone. Supposedly, passports were found in the hotel room. They were even photographed, but yeah, I mean, would they take passports on the hike? I don't think people would take, you would leave them in a secure hotel room, right? Which obviously wasn't secure because you have this guide searching their bedroom when they don't show up for a hike. Weird. Clark says leaving something behind might explain why the backpack was switched out. What do you mean switched out? What do you mean switched out? Phil says New York is heavy, touristy, and considered safe. I mean, relative to the amount of travelers, maybe, but there are way more murders, muggings, and kidnappings and missing persons in New York than on the Pianista Trail, which I believe only has one official other missing person, that male. I mean, across decades. I mean, this is an incredibly safe area for tourists. Not, obviously Clark has said it's very shady, especially for locals. There are a lot of murders and there's a lot of crime in the area, but apparently just really not much touching tourists. Huh. Clark says both girls switch carrying the pack. Maybe it went unaccounted for in the mix. I'm still not following you. What was unaccounted for in the mix? You're saying they both, if they got to some waterfall, maybe they took pictures, maybe they were deleted, maybe the camera malfunctioned and didn't take the pictures. I mean, maybe the camera malfunctioned and they thought they took pictures when they didn't. I mean, I don't know. Because, hold on a second. If this image was deleted, is it possible the camera glitched out and deleted the image, and they did take a bunch of photos at the waterfall? They simply weren't recorded because the camera malfunctioned, although after the fact they tested the camera and they said it was working fine, but who knows? If that was the case, okay, but still, you're saying they both left the backpack and they wouldn't have noticed that neither one of them was carrying the backpack as they left the waterfall? I don't know if I don't know if that could have happened. If they set the camera down to take photos, if the camera had a timer and they wanted to take a photo with both of them in it at the waterfall, and then they just got, then they just continued whatever, being in the waterfall, and then they forgot about the camera, so they walked with the backpack but forgot the camera. I guess they probably would want to turn back to get the camera, but I don't know. Clark says they could have left the backpack thinking the other was carrying it. Yeah, but they could see each other. Who's ever walking behind can see that the person in front of them doesn't have the backpack, and they know they don't have the backpack. Okay, so let's continue here. Regarding the emergency calls, David wrote me under one of my YouTube videos about this case. He thinks that you would normally only call emergency services as a desperate last resort. It's an important point to bear in mind, he thinks, because if someone merely gets lost in daylight still, his own experience has been that people are inclined to first try to find their own way out, to walk around the area until you find something that looks familiar, not to start calling emergency services right away. Which seems a valid point to me, although we need to remember that this was a foreign country, foreign terrain for these girls who were just 22 and 21, so they may have panicked faster than they would have done at home in the Netherlands, that's true. But David's point is that it's quite an extreme measure, calling 911 or 112, so it is hard to say what triggered KRIS and LISANNE to call emergency services themselves at 4:39 p.m. already. And keep in mind, that might be at least an hour off. I personally think that it was because they experienced something frightening. Something very acute, fear of being stalked or fear of being unwantedly chaperoned, that's an interesting phrasing, by some men they were afraid of perhaps. Of course, one can imagine many possible reasons. They may have endured an injury perhaps. I lean away from that scenario personally because in such a situation, search troops would have found them a day or two later sitting alongside or near the trail, logically. And if they had called 112 because they had just realized that they wouldn't make it back to Boquete before the evening fell, which I do not believe considering the time of day and the normal Dutch hesitancy to call 112 for anything that isn't directly life-threatening, why didn't they also try to call their host family nearby? Miriam's number was in their WhatsApp contact list. She would be a more reliable source to try to contact, being able to direct police or volunteers up there to guide them back home in the twilight or dark. What would emergency call center staff in the Netherlands be able to do practically in this situation? And Miriam would have also waited for, well, they would have been able to contact local authorities. But, okay, and Miriam would have also waited for the girls in the evening with dinner. Wouldn't Lisanne have tried to call Miriam before when things went wrong? But they didn't try to call the host family or their own family. Okay, so I believe the writer of this blog here is saying that either something went terribly wrong, or I suppose the insinuation could be they're not the ones calling that number. So, court of public opinion. Yeah, so... Oh, Clark Rice says, I think the camera was in a padded case. Yes, there was a case for the camera, yes. Phil says, I don't know. I'm starting to doubt anything foul even happened on this hike. The frequency of making contact versus stopping to make contact calls is what sets a foul play point. History says the only number they knew off by heart suggests poor planning on the girl's part. Yeah, but the other numbers are programmed in the phone, like their host family. But yeah, no, calling the emergency in the Netherlands, they would be able to connect them with the local police or give them the local police number. I mean, it might not be super quick. They might have to double check something. I mean, it's 2014. I mean, they could just check it on the computer pretty quick. Lord Zed says, the leaving behind stuff I've seen before and feel it's a weirdo taunting. You want to expand on that? Like a weirdo was taunting them? Making them feel uncomfortable, saying weird stuff? Possibly having a machete or a knife or something? Or even a gun. Again, there was one incident, I believe, one reported incident of an armed robbery on the Pianista Trail. I don't believe it was this far beyond the trail, though. I don't think it was beyond the Mirador. So those people were specifically looking for tourists. Yeah, History Unleashed, good point. It was programmed, we know that, but then distressed, maybe not thinking straight. Yeah, maybe not, yeah. If they were that panicked, they wouldn't be like, oh, hold on a second, let me scroll to, yeah. Okay, another waterfall. Not only is there a small and narrow waterfall beyond the Mirador, which the girls would have passed if they'd continued to walk the trail, but there is also another larger waterfall beyond the Pianista summit, but is harder to find. Does look pretty, though. So here's the other waterfall. This is obviously not their photos. I'm gonna put another map here. Also, we didn't look at this map before. This is yet another map here, just to show how many homes are in the area here, how many houses are around. Or did we go over it before? So this is the Rest Bouquet, the restaurant, beginning of the trail, the Mirador. Look at all these houses here. So the last photo taken, there's huts, houses around here. Then there's the first cable bridge. And then the second cable bridge is where, not too far from where the shorts were found, also houses around. So very, very curious how there's all these houses pretty close to the trail, again, that would be able to hear any cries for help. But yeah, there's quite a few waterfalls as well. Are they actually called the Lost Waterfalls? I mean, there's a number of there's quite a few waterfalls in the area. So, Lost Waterfalls. Interesting. But they're apparently in a completely different area. They're in a different area. So the pianista, I mean, I guess you could still, I mean, you can get anywhere, I guess, if you're cutting through, but very difficult. But some people think this is where the night photos were taken, in the Lost Waterfall area. So yeah, it's a huge hike way out of the way to get to other waterfalls here, especially the Lost Waterfalls. What else is super creepy is that there's this abandoned castle. You can't make this stuff up. There's an abandoned castle somewhere between the trail beyond the Mirador and these Lost Waterfalls. Look how creepy that is. I mean, that's straight out of a horror movie. Some people think they were actually kept captive here. And then, you know what's really creepy? I don't know if anybody's proposed this theory before. If they were taken if they were taken and held somewhere, whether they made the 911 calls themselves or not, is it possible they escaped from their captors and made it to the lost waterfalls, and those are their photos? The night photos are their photos at the waterfall? But they're so dehydrated and delirious by that point, they're not thinking straight. They can't record messages. They can't do anything. That'd be creepy, too. But apparently this abandoned castle is in between where they were hiking and the lost waterfalls to the west. But I mean, miles and miles of terrain. I mean, this entire case is straight out of a horror movie. I mean, just really I mean, everything's super creepy here. I mean, I really don't know what to make of this. I don't know if anybody's proposed the theory that they were taken, then they escaped, and they were possibly either succumbed to the elements afterwards, and then either the same parties that abducted them or different parties did something with their bodies, and then if they have ties to authorities, then it was all covered up. Also, keep in mind, Clark, all of the remains were found not that far from homes, so from small homes in the area. So who knows if they were brought to those homes at any point, then it's not that great of a distance to plant remains, if the remains were theirs. Wait, what are you referring to, Phil? What is real or not? Oh, the castle is totally real. Here, I'll put a whole video up on it. Yeah, the castle is totally real. Yeah, I'll put a whole video up. Hold on a second. Apparently, you could even hear the waterfall from this area. But yeah, just give me a second. I think these are just some random tourists that filmed it. But yeah, have you guys not heard about this abandoned castle? I mean, it's kind of creepy. I mean, locals know about it, and sometimes they tell tourists about it, or even, you know, some of the guides take tourists to this abandoned castle. I don't know if it's I'm not sure if it's known who owns it, if anybody. Looks like there's some pieces of wood around. Yeah, give me a second. I'll put it on the screen. Yeah, I mean, this whole case is like one giant horror movie. I mean, it looks like there's a decent trail leading up to it, too, so maybe... I don't know, supposedly it is possible to hike west across. History Unleashed says there are strange things in the jungles in South America for sure. I opted not to take pictures because guides were against it, but I have memories. Against what? Pictures of what? Like abandoned buildings? Supposedly you can hear the waterfalls from this location as well. I mean, it looks like they have some kind of lumber here. They're doing repairs or something. I mean, it's weird. This video was uploaded on YouTube 13 years ago. So, wow, that would have been oh, wait. Yeah, that would have been before their disappearance. So this video was uploaded before their disappearance. But yeah, it's definitely real. Locals know about it. People go see it. Okay, yeah, just pointing that out. I mean, again, this case again, just it's just so creepy. So anyway, so Chris's mother Rolai said in a Dutch interview about the plans of Chris and Lisanne. As far as the parents were aware, they had made a plan for the week. They were also going for that volcano. They were going to do that later on Saturday. They were also going to see the waterfalls in that area later, but they had all planned that. So Chris's mom is saying that they had plans to do all these other things on later days, so they wouldn't have done it that day. Marjoline and Eileen also emphasized that the girls were interested in seeing local waterfalls. Chris and Lisanne told their Dutch friends, Bas and Edwin, on March 31st that they were going to the Cascades. Could Chris and Lisanne have aimed at hiking to waterfalls that Tuesday, April 1st? It is possible that the girls deviated from the main path at some point to find the waterfall. The hidden waterfalls had been on their wish list. Is it possible they believed they could reach them through this trail and they got lost along the way? See, even if they believed they could reach them, I mean, this late in the day, after being that tired from doing all that hiking, even if they had initially planned to do that, I mean, is it plausible that they tried? And, well, it just doesn't make sense, because why are there not more photos, unless there are more photos on their cell phones, even if the camera did malfunction? It's a good number of miles from the girls' last known locations, because it's you'd have to go west across the way to the lost waterfalls. You'd have to go west a number of miles. History Unleashed says, Guy did not like pictures taken, but I caught it with my eye. So dense I could only see the top of the frames or doorway. Not sure, thick foliage. Wait, are you talking about this exact castle, or other buildings in the jungle? Axis Monday says, honestly, literally anything can happen to you in Central and South America. It's not a smart place for two young foreign females to go. Here's the thing, though. Even in any major city in their home country, statistically per capita, they're actually more likely to be harmed in their home city, in a big city. Again, that doesn't mean that it's, I mean, not plenty. I mean, relative to the amount of tourists, like, it's actually pretty rare for anything to happen to tourists, relative to the amount, other than, like, petty theft. Alright, who's ready to go to Mine Shock Land? I think it's time. I mean, we've been going for 4 hours now, so I'm gonna wrap it up soon. So we'll have to get to most of the witness statements later, but I'm almost done here. So Callista wrote this about this girl's disappearance in her blog. Quote, in April, my Spanish teacher told me that 2 young women had gone missing from the sister school in Boquete, Panama. They had left all of their belongings and not told anyone where they were going that day. The last anyone saw of them, they were talking to 2 strange men, making plans to see the waterfall. Whose mind shook right now? So this is the testimony of a Canadian in Guatemala living as an expat in Latin America, and she posted this on her blog. Interesting. All the way back in 2014. So this was June 26, 2014. So this morning, BBC confirmed the remains of both women had been found. I have found myself lulled into a sense of security traveling in Latin America. I generally feel safer in Costa Rica, especially in our small town, than I do in Canada. In the middle of Lake Atitlan on a boat we rented from a guy who approached us when we arrived in Penajejel. Eric observed, no one knows where we are. That was kind of true. The hostel knew we were traveling to Penajejel, but just how soon would a search have started if we went missing? What has happened to KRIS KREMERS and LISANNE FROON should be a lesson to all of us travelers, whether we are local or foreign, that is very important for at least one person to know where you are. I don't know how much it would help have been to these Dutch women, but don't scoff the next time your parents ask you to check in to let them know you're all right. So this is interesting. So this so Callista here on her blog, this is thesleepsong.wordpress.com/tag/Kremers, the dark side of world travel, June 26, 2014. So they have a sister school in Boquete. So this Spanish teacher has a direct line, apparently, to information in the Spanish school. And they're saying that they went missing from the sister school and left all their belongings. And they were seen talking to 2 strange men. Making plans to see the waterfall. Wow. Okay, so where is everybody here? Lord Zed, let's try to stay focused on topic here. So, with which men had they talked? Which exact waterfall did they want to see? We don't know. There are several in the area. There's a blog here, latitudeadjustmentblog.com, posted August 20th, 2017, so a few years after the disappearance. They describe going to some kind of secret waterfall, and it's some kind of local cow path that you need to take to get it, and nobody would ever find it otherwise. So that blog post has a description how to get to this one specific waterfall. It is considered the hidden one. There is no official description of how to get there. Quote, the Pianista really is a knockout, winding through meadows with stunning mountain vistas along rushing Rio Pianista. With an abundance of lush cloud forest vegetation, this trail goes up to the Continental Divide, a more ambitious hike that we did with a group last year. And if you're especially adventurous, it can take you all the way to Bocas del Toro on Panama's Caribbean coast. Caution, no one should ever go beyond the Continental Divide without an experienced guide. Just Google Dutch girls in Panama. Of course, obviously, locals and other tourists said that people frequently went further with no issue. Today, we had something much more mellow in mind. We wanted to get to the secret waterfall that Susan and I had not yet seen, but the others in our group had been raving about. The trail begins at the Il Pianista restaurant. Outstanding Italian food, by the way, in the Altolina area just north of Boquete. You need to wade across the Rio Pianista after 200 meters, but then it is a steady, leisurely incline for 2 kilometers before you start to climb a deeper, narrow path. Today, we were accompanied by 2 young guides, Jefferson and Miguel. As it happens, these cousins are nephews of our gardener, Sergio, and it was a good thing because finding the waterfall required us to get off the trail and take another cow path that leads into the cloud forest. We could not have found it on our own. Since we're right in the middle of the rainy season, it was a pretty muddy slog, but not too bad. The other thing is, too, like, how many of these local guides don't know what happened to them? I mean, what are we guessing? Because the local guides, I mean, they know all the trails there. They know the shady characters that come and go. I mean, they have all the inside knowledge. Oh, History Unleashed clarified his earlier point. I probably found an ancient site the locals know about but don't talk about. It looked religious, sacred in nature, as it's a false door, probably. Not a cutout door, just a frame for the gods, probably. Okay, I got you. Yeah, that makes sense. Clark says they most likely got some local advice steering when inquiring in town. At the school for a taxi to the trailhead. Could have been told about the waterfalls beyond the turnaround point. The Court of Public Opinion says, would the girls have gone looking for a secret waterfall 2 hours before sunset, though? Again, well, we might not have the right time frame. Like, and once we get to we're actually not even going to be able to get to the witnesses here. We're going to do that in the 3rd episode. I will do the 3rd episode soon, though. Maybe after tomorrow. I will do it within the next few days, because we need to get this done. Clark says, strange they didn't arrange a taxi for pickup after hike. I mean, some of the witnesses supposedly say they saw them coming back from the hike or at a time that would suggest it was after the hike. I mean, we'll get into all that next episode. I know I was trying to get it through this one, but there was just so much to go over, and we're already on over hour 4 here. Mind Shock is, of course, comprehensive and exhaustive. Authors Hardingus and Nenner also described the secret waterfall on the Pianista, the Cascada El Pianista, and place it at roughly the same height as the house of the Pianista resident Mr. M. It is extremely difficult to find, and they write, it can be reached after a long hike along the Rio Pianista if you walk through the dangerous triangle between M's hut, the ex-president's dairy farm. Wait, what ex-president? The ex-president of the whole country? And the sugar cane field where the bodies might have been buried. Wait, hold on a second. Let's go back to a map here. The ex-president I haven't heard this before. The ex-president of the entire country? That would certainly facilitate a cover-up. Wow. Wow. I had not heard that before. Let me get another map up here. If I can find it. Hold on. I had another map here. For some reason, it's not showing up now. That's so weird. It's not showing up. Very weird. I wonder, what is this ex-president, and is this related? Is this the ex-president of Panama? Why does it say president? Is that supposed to be mayor, maybe? It says president, though. Alright, hold on. Let me figure out this map situation. Yeah, we're getting some serious lag and it's not letting me put the map on the screen anymore for some reason. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on here. It's not letting me get this other map. Still working on it. I want to get this map on the screen. This is annoying. Everybody's still here. What's kind of weird too, I'm looking at some of these other maps. Apparently, there were some kind of camps, like makeshift camps, discovered by searchers. But yeah, I mean, no way to know who they belong to. But it's just curious how searchers have uncovered a lot of information. Still working on getting this map. I mean, here's a topographical map. We haven't looked at this one before, but it's pretty interesting. In the meantime, while I'm trying to get the other one. So, backpack approximate locations, the jeans approximate location, shoe approximate location, pelvis approximate location, and that's the mirror door with the summit there. Clark says El Presidente is a local brand of cheese, but what does the ex-president mean? I wonder what that refers to. We're gonna get to the bleached bones and all that stuff later. I just want to get the map with some of these other homes in the area relative to the waterfall, the other waterfall locations. And YouTube's just being really weird. Let me put up some images, but not others. Yeah, just I'm gonna try for another minute or two if I can get it. If not, we'll just move on. Man, this is really annoying. Okay, so, okay, I guess we'll have to save that for the next episode. Yeah, apparently there's quite a few different waterfalls in that whole area. So it's kind of hard to know. So it's extremely difficult to find a bunch of different ones. Okay, so there's an ex-president's dairy farm. There's a sugarcane field where the bodies might have been buried. So the Buquette side of the Panista Trail, not beyond the Mirador. Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna try one more time to get this other map. So apparently it's not beyond the Mirador. Hmm. Yeah, this is actually really annoying. Mm. Ah. And there's a few videos on YouTube too of a bunch of different waterfalls. Again, difficult to verify exactly what is where. Many rivers. Yeah. Update: Romaine has explored the Pianista Trail beyond a second time recently, has confirmed that there really is a waterfall behind the Mirador, but that it isn't the one mentioned above. That hidden waterfall lies only 1 hour 50 minutes from the start of Pianista Trail and still on the Boquete side of the mountain and out of sight. Below a couple of other waterfalls in and around Boquete, including the 3 waterfalls. Okay. So, yeah, apparently there are a lot of waterfalls. Okay, so yeah. Okay, hold on 1 second. Yeah, this is actually pretty crazy here. Alright, so here's what we're gonna go over in the next episode. Here is another map. This isn't the one I was looking for, but it's a pretty good one as well. So apparently there was a witness. So this is the Pianista Trail. Now, the lost waterfalls that we did go over before, female screams were heard by a local on day 5, and 3 men were seen running away. Interesting. So, Spanish by the river here, Miriam's house, and then the Pianista Trails in pretty far from the lost waterfalls. I mean, you could hike west across, though. And we'll be getting into all the witnesses and all that in the next episode. Not to tease, but I mean, there's just so much to go over. It's tough. There's just so much information here. I mean, there's just so much information. It's kind of hard. I mean, this should have been solved. If legitimate investigation was done, this really should have been solved. Alright, does anybody have any final points here? We'll wrap this one up and then we'll be back next time soon to finish this all up. Actually, not sure if we're not gonna finish it with the next episode, but to finish the witness statements and trying to make sense of the timeline here in this case. Okay. Oh wow, Clark Rice mentioning the image of the back of the hair, the back of the head. My first thought it was taken by someone trying to see the back of their own head, like checking for injury. I've done that before. Yeah, but that hair looks absolutely perfect for being out in the wilderness. All right, I mean we got so much more to go over. Yeah, we'll go over all the remains and everything. Yeah. So thanks again, everybody, for joining us. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.